the other fort. And yes. And Longdeath continues. So if you're not familiar with Longdeath, Longdeath is an attempt to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years in-game without retiring it, without losing it, without failing. We are in year 376 late winter, meaning we're about to start year 377. So if you subtract 5 from that, that's the age of the fort. So currently the fort is 371 years old, meaning this one fortress has been running in-game for 371 years. The current living dwarves in the fort are as follows. Pilot, Axon, Quevenir, Jimmy Tibby, Little M. Katsu, Nanochip, Kryvon, Diamond Destruct II, Anonimo II, Volleylol, Aqua III, Letharticus, Reinhardt, Tygo III, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Blue Space Weave, Oswix, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Team Xeno, Do It, Taylebi, Anthony, Banana, Balinor, Murfry, Navy, The Skoid, Malden, IDZ III, Athros II, Mar, Space Pirate 256. Yes, you are still alive. And also, this was not the fort where you made a thing, did you? Oh, no, you did make it here. You are correct. I'm an idiot. Anyway, I thought that was the other fort, but whatever. Krabba and Bellinair, not Balinor, and Whitcode. But yes, you are still alive, and I am just mixing forts up in my brain. You're currently 1 year old, born on the 4th of Malachite in the year 375. You personally are a firm believer in the value of tradition. You find introspection to be a waste of time, and you dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was already realized, which means you've already completed your life goal, and you're 1 year old, which means the rest of your life is all downhill from here. Yeah, if anybody else has a dwarf in the fort and you heard your name called out and you would like to check in on your dwarf, let me know. Don Caribou is a little depressed. Hopefully we can fix that. You want to practice some martial art? Are you in a squad? I think you are. Yes, you are. You are indeed in a squad. Well, gotta get them training again. So this fort is a lot of beautifying the base floor currently and very slowly improving things, and that's what we're going to be doing today. Beermanier, it's good to see you. It is good to see you. So yeah, currently late winter, meaning we'll have some stuff to do in early spring. A lot of stuff is getting put away currently, and that's the way it's been for a bit because I've got a lot of crafts I'm trying to offload. The frame rate's a little cruddy right now, and the reason the frame rate is a little cruddy is just because of the amount of crafts down here specifically, which, you know, we've been in this position before of just having like ridiculous numbers of crafts just in one spot, and we really need to clear them out. We're working on it slowly. We do have a king in the fort who continuously requests crutches and picks. So we are constantly making, which I already queued up apparently. We are constantly making crutches and picks. Too many damn crafts? Yeah, I'm trying to get boulders out. It's funny because this fortress is getting to the point again where people are like, I'm surprised you don't just like load it up on a separate save with DF hack and just use the clear all function. It's like, nah. No, we're going to do this shit legitimately. I'm going to show how long it takes. Damn it, we'll get it done. We'll get it done. How was your Friday, Beermanier? What have you been up to? You've been smacking steel recently. But yeah, no, the Dwarves of Longdeath doing good work. Plan for today is we're going to do like 4 hours of Longdeath, and then after that we're going to play some Project Zomboid, and then I got to run to the post office to get those other 2 records. Because I think you guys want me to have 2 more records for tomorrow, so including a Hollow Knight picture disc, which I'm very excited to be able to play. Which should be arriving tomorrow. Which also, actually, fun fact, is going to be my first picture disc. Funnily enough. So hopefully we'll have that for tomorrow. Black bronze go. Friday was spent being stuck in your apartment. You went to an event to sit there to do some small goldsmithing, talk to people. Mostly that last one. Gave myself 2 pizzas and a bottle of wine as a reward. Yeah. Hey, Dragonmans. What's up? How's thing? Yeah, I've just been trying to, like, actually relax. Like, I kept on telling myself that December I would relax. December I very much didn't relax. So I'm trying to, like, make up for lost vacation or break time. Because I really don't get those. You have to take your dog out, but you shall return. Gotcha. So something that I'm working on today is we're going to try and finish disassembling this building here. And then I want to disassemble the stairs that are going up and down on this side because they're dangerous and silly and causing traffic bottlenecks. So we're going to try and clear that out. If you build an up-down stair, do you still need an up or a down stair above or below respectively? You don't need it, but it closes off the hole on the up and the down, right? So I explained this yesterday, but like if you have an up-down stair, right? And you don't say make a down stair and an up stair underneath and a below, and you just say have 3 up-down stairs. Oopsies, those are just ups. I hit the wrong hotkey. And you don't say just have 3 up-down stairs. It's like both of these solutions will work, right? They could walk in here on the top, walk down, and then be here. But the problem is, if there's an open space below it down here, then anything down here now has access to up here via the up-down stair. And if there's an open space above it, then they will gain access. That'll make a hole in the ground to down here. So if there are, say, caverns around, or open spaces, or land, it's like you're punching a hole in your ceiling above the floor that you want to have a hole through. So you don't have to do the up and the downstairs respectively on the top and bottom, but if you do, you will be in a much better spot for the fortress as a whole. It's just safer, basically. I hope that helps, because like it's one that catches a lot of people. That's who I was looking for. Learning about armor. You feel wonder after learning about armor. Hallelujah. That dwarf gets depressed, and we put him in the military, and he's happy in a jiff. Yeah, stairs are one of those things where it's just like, it's not actually complicated at all in Dwarf Fortress. It's only complicated because of the view perspective. It's like if you could see Dwarf Fortress in a 3D space, the up, downstairs, down, and upstairs would make so much more logical sense, but just like the way it's worded combined with the view perspective just makes it so unnecessarily confusing. Yes, if you don't want to go above the layer that you're building on, just make a downstair to the lower layer, and then up, downstairs, up, downstairs, up, downstairs, and then upstairs, respectively. It's like the beginning and the end of a stairwell. There is an asset to visualize it. It's called Das Tactics video on how stairs work in Dwarf Fortress, which is kind of a legendary video. And it's kind of a legendary video. The reason it's kind of legendary is because it's a 7-minute video explaining how stairs in Dwarf Fortress works. Like, it's kind of one of those ridiculously long videos with all of these nice little diagrams and everything, explaining how ramps and stairs work. So, a lot of DOS Tactics older tutorials are very outdated now, but that one is very helpful still. But the game's saving, so there isn't much I can do. Knowing how stairs work tripped you up on ramps. Stair construction designation can reveal other tiles. Yes. Also, somebody just died of old age. When the annual tribute from Baste Just Mac has arrived, but who died of old age? One of the merchants died. They died in the middle of everything, so the fact that nobody's seen it yet is ridiculous. Ah, there you are. Rith! Somebody's lover. One of the merchants died. F's for Rith. One of the non-permanent citizens here. I'm pretty sure that dwarf had children in the fort. Let's see, did you know Rith? What about you? Oh, did Kivish also die? No. Oh, never mind. I'm confusing Kivish with Kick Roast. She was 163 years old. All right. Did you have any family? Just a lover? No kids. So this dwarf, unfortunately, even though they just died, which is funny because like they're dead, so their upper body is gone. The sad part about this dwarf was one of the many lovers of Kick Roast, who's a dwarf of many partners. Never had any kids. Is romantically involved. That's it. When did you arrive here? Arrived at Rumkush, 24th of Limestone in the year 318. So this dwarf arrived here in the year 318, and for reference, it's now 377. So they were here for quite a while. They were a good dwarf. You'll get your proper burial. Wait codes placing the dwarf in a tomb. This dwarf was here for a number of years, but fortunately nothing lives forever, not even a dwarf. Especially not a dwarf. Also, Ponce, thanks for the host. Cheers. Totally missed that. Was very deep in reading text. Let's see if Twitch stuff decides to work today. Hey, it decides to work today. Shoutouts to Ponce. Cheers, man. Were you doing Whammer all night again? All right. Ponce is a streamer who's local to my area. Not a huge number of us in Vancouver these days, but there's some of us. At least from the old days, anyway. Not a huge amount of us left. Actually, the more accurate thing to say. You wanted to designate an up ramp, but you didn't know if it trapped your dwarves. Turns out no, it also clears the hole above the ramp. Yeah. No, ramps are a little... I think ramps are more confusing than stairs initially, but just like stairs, they make a lot of sense once you understand them. It's just a normal hatch cover. Do that up for removal. There's something about doing fortress renovations like this that's interesting to me because it's not something that I've ever really had to do. Where is that tribute? Holy shit. This human may be winning an award for the slowest tribute. That is real slow. All right. Wait. All right. Doe Rabbit is fighting. Did they send snails again? Well, they didn't send snail men. Nor did they send tame snails. Also, Hobo winning the day with these photos. Guys, I don't know if you guys have seen Hobo's photos that he's posting on Discord, but I'm just going to share these real quick because these are awesome. Hobo is currently sending in an application for, I think the TV show's called, what, Swamp People? Look at that. That is fucking cool. That's the first shot that he posted. Also posted this one. Beautiful. Fucking gorgeous, man. Those pictures are just posted on my Discord, so. Two doe rabbits are fighting with the crafts dwarf? Or they're fighting with themselves. Yeah, they're just falling. Okay. Also, I can turn the pumps on because we're early in the year. Everything is thawed out. How you doing, Ponce? Still playing Warhammer? I'm assuming? Still on that night schedule? I do like this night schedule. You get to host me every day. I'm tired? Yeah, I believe it. Is it good tired, though? Like, good as in you played good video game all night? I'd call that good tired. Game is fun, though? That's good. I've kind of thought about maybe just downloading it on Game Pass and trying it out, but I've listened to some people talk about it, and it seems to be... my guess is it would frustrate me for the same reason that, like, the other more ability-based Total Wars frustrate me. Like, I'm not super fond of the... Every faction has a specific thing that they do, and every faction has a specific way to deal with each other faction, and if you don't play to that faction's strengths or hard counters, then you're just fucked. I'm not a huge fan of that kind of style of Total War game. I much more prefer like the historical, flatter, more, I don't want to say tactical, but more focused on, or less focused on composition and usage of abilities, and more focused on, my screenshot tool ain't working. Why isn't my screenshot tool working? Windows, did you break my screenshot tool? I think Windows broke my screenshot tool. Well, crap. It's okay, I can do this the slow way. Windows updated the other day, so I need to reinstall my screenshot tool, I think. But I don't know. It's what was I saying? But yeah, the abilities and like the activatable magics and all that stuff, and then like I have always found Warhammer just as a franchise to be unnecessarily obtuse. Like everything has its own verbiage that just doesn't make sense. It's like I can play Empire Total War and be like, yes, buy more muskets. But in like Warhammer, it's like, you need to summon the soul crystals so that you can get the great thing to do the blah 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 in the I don't understand what that word means. And then once that is completed, then you can begin the sacred rite of combat to then go kill the thingamajig in the other end of the mappity-doo. And I'm like, I'm just gonna brain off, moving on. So I don't know. It's just, it's a bit much. that's my take on Warhammer Total War. I've played it, so I'm pretty sure it works the way I think. Or at least I played the second one. Didn't play the first one. I'm not too far off. I mean, it's just too it's too objective-y for me at this point. I don't know. Everybody talking about Total War makes me really want to go and play Rome 2. It's like I just want to like line up my fucking phalanx and just let them stab things. I just want to play the Spartans and just have like naked dudes with shields and spears and just be like, go my armies. But like, nobody wants to watch me play that shit. Come on. I'm not gonna pretend. Nobody wants to watch me play that shit. What a fitting statue to be put up here. In Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. Most popular god that we have. From windows to the soft to the bloat drops down, my frames get low. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm getting tempted to buy a laptop again, though. And the reason I'm tempted to buy a laptop is it's possible to like sit in a coffee shop and do work again, which is why I was previously tempted to buy a laptop. Because I was like, I could just like take all my audio editing stuff and go to a coffee shop. That sounds lovely. Problem is I don't really have a budget for it. Just like most things. Don't have the budget for it. Don't get a Mac? Why in the fuck would I get a Mac? I'm already in like the Microsoft ecosystem. I might as well just like pick an evil and stick with it. And frankly, I've chosen my side. All of the stuff I have already runs in Windows. Could you imagine like if I was like, yo, you know what would be a great idea? Adding in more points of failure and compatibility issues? The real time for what? Real time as opposed to the what time? Fake time? Yeah, no, it's the real blind. But like, but what? I know you said blind. But like, as opposed to what? If it's not the real blind, then what blind is it? That I'm just like, am I that sus? Like, what have I been saying today that makes it feel like it's not the real me? Clearly I said something. I mean, because what if I say I'm not like the other? Because you're the pretender, and what if I say that I would never surrender? I haven't abused anyone today? When do I abuse people? What? I don't abuse anybody in my chat. I can get a little spicy sometimes, but that's not abuse. Are you upset that I'm in a good mood? Orange? Yeah, fuck you, you dickwad. Christ. I can't even be in a good mood on his own stream without getting called out for it. Although, realistically, I should be in a bad mood. Got a lot of stuff today. Not much of use, though. More plum wine it is. More pecan roasts it be. Give them 2 gifts. And 1 legitimate trade. I am a nice person. Like, there are mean people out there, right? I'm just an honest person. As Kiri said to me recently, you just say what you're thinking. Which sometimes isn't what people want to hear. It doesn't make me a bad person for it. Very few people have the fucking nuts to just say what they're thinking. Or the stupidity to just say what they're thinking. Maybe? I just haven't had anything particularly harsh to say today about anything. But, you know, if you want me to abuse you, I will definitely abuse you for the low, low fee of $5 a month. Just, you know, reach out. We'll figure something else, something out that'll work. What do I want to build you out of? Definitely more of that. Black, that there bronze. That's what I was looking for. The black bronze. You know, in fact, we could probably like come up with a pretty flat line of like $5 per insult. So tip me $5 and I will insult you. This is what this channel's becoming. $5 roasting stream. Also, Highway, what? I saw you pop in. I just didn't say hi to you. There's too many orange names in chat. It's like Orange is orange, Space Pirate is orange, Wait, what is orange? I'm having a hard time discerning between you guys. At least Beer Manier is like a burgundy. Holy crud, Ford is laggy right now. Is there a cat stuck somewhere? Because it feels like it. Eh. Roast your nuts. Only if they're cashews. Well, I guess I know how to roast almonds. But if we're talking like raw nuts, like with that have had nothing done to them, cashews are the only one that I actually know the correct temperatures for my particular oven. It's the only one that I've really tried roasting, so unless you got cashews, I can't really help you at this point. But thanks for tripling today's money revenue. And do you actually want me to roast you? Because I don't think you do. No, you can take it? I doubt it. Twitch shows you as gray to you. That's because if you don't manually set a color, Twitch decides what color you get to see and what color other people get to see. I mean, see, I would just go for what the thing that I know he's vulnerable with. I would just go after his hair. Like if I'm gonna roast Orange, I'm just gonna start talking about how like, dude, you really like know that haircut just doesn't work on you. That's all I'd really say if I had to roast orange. Is that a scroll? It's just an exceptionally old piece of paper. Hollow stupid. Roasted oranges? I've had roasted onions. I've never tried roast. Now I want to like put an orange in the oven for an hour and see what happens. Of course, putting holes in it first so it doesn't like explode. The other day, someone thought you were an old lady. That reminds me of a time that me and my ex were at a restaurant, and this waitress came up behind us and referred to us as ladies. And then she looked at my face, and I hadn't shaved in like 2 weeks, and so I had like stubble, and I was like, really? It's like, I know I have long hair, but really? Just never addressed it again. It's the white hair that gets him? I guess. Long hair confuses people? I mean, we live in a world where long hair should be the least confusing part of the way people look as far as identification goes. So, like, having long hair is, like, pretty standard at this point. But yes. Everyone thought you were a girl. People thought I was a girl when I was little because my mom refused to cut my hair for, like, the first 5 years of my life or something. What about 50 Shades of Grey, Orange? BDSM, but it's actually just assault. Terrible book. Terrible, terrible, terrible book. You require modest quarters, Katsu. I hope you're doing all right in that job. So the plan here is to fully deconstruct and then move that set of stairs that starts on this layer up one tile and then go all the way up alongside this with that set of stairs instead of having this stupid rotating thing. That's my goal. He freaked out. Oh, I've had cat calls from dudes before, but it's always a, oh, I'm in the wrong side of town. Crap. I'm just like wandering through Vancouver. Oh, I guess I'm in Yaletown. Shit. It's usually where that realization comes in. It's like if I'm getting called at by dudes, it means I'm in Yaletown, probably. Davy Street. Uh-huh. You'll occasionally get catcalled at by old people. That's distressing. You asked your mom asked you to buy her that book once, and you just looked at her and asked, "Do you even realize what that book's about?" Just tell her that it's Twilight fan fiction, and she'll get way less interested. Which is true. Competitive ranked. I'm sure it exists. Don't go digging for that on Google, metalhead. Doesn't happen often since you left Montana. It's funny, Montana's more spicy than I thought it would be. And then you turn around and they usually fuck off real quickly, which is quite entertaining. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, so you did end up buying it for her? That's funny. Yeah, I couldn't, I've never had a family member ask me to, or even mention 50 Shades of Grey, I think. Even when it was like like in popular media freak. Wait, are you also I'm looking at the Discord, Orange, and I can't I can't help but notice that you asked, are you trying to start a competition for best photographer here because you clearly won? And I would like to say, I think that there are some pretty good photos of the last time I walked up the pointy cliff. I mean, come on. Come on. Pointy Hill was real good. This was taken on a phone from like a decade ago, almost. Come on, man. The Misty pick too is really cool. Yeah. You had someone ask about that book, then promptly tried to attack you when you described it. Attack you? What? Attack you. Care to elaborate what you mean by attack? What did you say? Like, how does somebody get so mad about the description of a book that they asked about that they wanted to attack you? Unless, like, you pulled a full-on blind and just were like, that book's trash. Unless you did a me and screamed Mario. So she chooses to shoot the messenger? That seems strange. This is a classic case of don't shoot the messenger. I will just remind anyone here, if you ever want to get a good laugh at some good erotic bullshit, just go look up Chuck Tingle. I discovered that person's writing a number of years ago when there was a Humble Bundle with a large number of his books. That's all I can say. I've never read any of them for a billion reasons, but those are some of the funniest titles I've ever seen for any kind of erotic writing. Here, I'll give you the Wikipedia page. Just let's see, is there like a list of books that he's written? I don't know if I necessarily just want to link his website. Just look it up. Just look it up and go to images. Like they're just like erotic book covers, but it's some of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen. It's pretty safe for work. There's just a lot of shirtless men. just be warned. Yep, basically. Or here's another. Here's one that I will type in to Twitch chat just for you guys to see. That is the name of an erotic novel. By that person. Anyway. You heard me. You heard me. It really is. Like, it's you want to cry laughing. But also cry. There's a T-Rex. Yeah, it's probably a Chuck Tingle novel. It's just muscly men getting hit by dinosaurs. I'm just saying that everybody can have a niche. And Chuck Tingle has a niche. You know, when the Humble Bundle came out, that was just that dude's erotic novels. I almost bought the bundle just because me and a friend thought about doing a live stream where we just read them, but pretty quickly after looking into Twitch's terms of service, realized absolutely we would get banned. So we just decided not to. Sounds like most of Ottawa right now. Alomino. Also, investments are open if you want to invest tickets. It's literally just you put in that many and it's a bet and you have a roughly 50% chance to win more back, and it's just a bragging rights thing. Space Pirate, it's pretty simple. Although it might be changing at the end of this month. Anyway, if people ask for erotica, don't get them 50 Shades of Grey. Get them Chuck Tingle. That's all I'm saying. It's like the equivalent of getting your friend a dildo for Christmas. Today's gotten weird all of a sudden. I know your mom wouldn't like it. What? The 50 Shades of Grey or the thing I just showed you? Oh, you borrowed it from a friend. Okay. Fair enough. Remember, this whole conversation started because Orange stated that his mom asked for a copy of 50 Shades of Grey once. That's where this whole conversation started. So just so that you guys are all still aware, this isn't my fault. Has a coloring book? Of course he Of course he fucking does. Apparently he also made a website unrelated to any of his novels, which just fact checks everything that Trump says during his presidency, which I found out about on his Wikipedia page a minute ago, so. Why is that hard to believe, Orange? It makes perfect fucking sense to me. I set those to planning. I want to just remove them. When you grow up, you want to be like Chuck Tingle. I don't know about that necessarily, but unless you want to be like a gay erotic author. I'm just glad that, like, comedy still exists. And not taking oneself too seriously still exists. Because a lot of people just take themselves way too fucking seriously, and it's nice to see, like, someone be successful while also not taking themselves even remotely seriously. Which, genuinely, that is a great example of somebody not taking themselves seriously. Dressing up as Tingle? I don't know. I've also never read any of his books, but I've read plenty of titles of his books. Oh, hey, Quill18 is streaming Dwarfs today. Neat. I was like, why does Dwarf Fortress have 1,000 viewers? It's not me. I didn't do that. I usually have the directory up and it's set to refresh every 10 minutes. And I just looked over and it's like, 1,000 viewers. I'm like, what? What's going on? Certainly not me. Entirely serious, it's called Dr. Chuck Tingle's Adult Coloring and Activity Book for True Buckaroos. The cover is a low-effort dinosaur man drawing that you put on a fridge. Excellent. It's probably dinosaur men with huge cocks. That's probably what that is, if I had to guess. Although it's as serious as, like, erotic gay dinosaurs can be. I mean, everybody's got to, like, change up their shtick every now and again. Just like I got to stream Bannerlords sometimes. Very infrequently, but... Also serious? I believe it? I believe it, Elamina. I haven't looked at his works in a number of years, and I'm not totally sure how this came up initially, but... I mean, I'm sure somebody's filling that niche. Orange. I mean, there is a DeviantArt page dedicated to erotic personification of roller coasters. So if that exists, I'm sure you can have dinosaurs. Hi, Mark. You came into a weird conversation today. Still, you know, honestly, I would be honored. Space Pirate. I would be honored. And I would only request 30% of profits. That's a whole new level to getting railed. I mean... Sure, Lorder. Also, can I just say it's incredible to me that that's the first thing you've ever said in my chat, I think. Or at least the first thing since Twitch added chat logs and you've been following me since 2016. Lorder. That's just very funny to me. What are you missing? Just Google Chuck Tingle. Or maybe don't. It's pretty safe. Chat, would you agree that it's relatively safe for work to Google Chuck Tingle? There's worse things you could Google. For sure. You know, it's like you wait for like 8 years, and the first thing you say in my chat is a pun, and it's like massive amounts of respect. Massive amounts of respect. Little saucy. Well, it's just saucy wording. It's a little saucy. It's no worse than like looking at pictures of people on a beach. Enjoy your lurks, Lorder. Cheers. You know, it's funny because every now and again, people in chat will be like, "Yeah, I'm sort of a lurker myself." I'm like, you don't even know what you're talking about. There are people that are just like, who've been watching this channel for years that have never said a word, that I know for a fact they're not bots. Maybe they don't watch that often, but it's like, there are people who watch this stream who speak once every 4 years. Those are lurkers. All you guys who are like, man, I've been lurking a lot recently. It's like, dude, you were speaking 20 minutes ago in my chat. You don't even know the meaning of lurking. All right, let's start working on this. You okay over there, Mark? I'm not surprised by this. This dude's got his own... Like I said, it's a hell of a rabbit hole to fall into, Merc, because he's got his own cinematic universe to a point. Like, it pretty quickly, it becomes, like, his own weird universe. Morning, mostly. What's up? Catching up on Longdeath? Would rather watch live. Yeah. I mean, see, here's the thing. If I'm not streaming, it makes a lot of sense to try and catch up with Longdeath. Like, those are good VODs if I'm not live. But if I'm streaming actively, it's like, maybe just tune in. I'm just gonna read this out loud. Space Raptor Butt Invasion might have been a better movie than Jurassic World. Mm-hmm. That's the story of most people's lives for the past year and a bit. 2 years. Hopefully that'll end soon. Or is in the process of ending. It's more fun to be part of the conversation, especially when discussing Chuck Dingle. Yeah, well, I mean, everybody needs a laugh now and again, and I think it's very healthy to laugh about things that a lot of people generally don't talk about, which is one of the reasons why I think Chuck Tingle is so wonderful, even though, like, I'm a straight dude who's not into gay erotic novels at all, but my god, those titles are so fucking funny that I have to shout them out every now and again, because they are genuinely hilarious. Like, even if it's not something that you would ever read or partake in, it's funny that it exists. You actually spoke to more than 10 people today and you were exhausted? I had the girl at the UPS shop asked me if I played Paladins yesterday, which was weird because I have a jacket which has a Paladins logo on it, and I walked down like, yeah, I have a package to pick up. She goes, all right, and she's looking up. She looks at me. Do you play Paladins? Like, I forgot about that game. She goes, well, you're wearing the jacket. I'm like, oh yeah, right, right. I have a Paladin's jacket. I should remember that. Just recently published the physical manifestation of Wordle. I'm not going to read that on stream. Slightly frustrating, but ultimately rewarding and meditative daily routine. Yes. he can't sell a lot of copies of a lot of those. Like, most of those have to be, like, selling a dozen copies. Because, like, it's just Amazon self-published stuff, right? But... is wearing that Paladin's jacket worth the amount of times people ask you about it? I've been asked about that jacket maybe 3 times. And that was number 3. I got that Paladin's jacket from a friend of mine who goes by Thomps on Twitch. Thompson on Twitter. And he's from Alberta. And he volunteered to work their booth at PAX 2016? 17? I can't remember. but he worked their booth, and they gave him a hat and a jacket as part of it, while he was working the booth, and a T-shirt. But the jacket never fit him. He was always a little bit too stocky for it, and I'm very lean, and it's definitely a small jacket, so he sold it to me for the cost of shipping. And it was way nicer than the Walmart jacket I had before that, so which the zipper had broken on and its pockets had holes in the bottom of it because I'd had it for like 8 or 9 years. So it was a small jacket upgrade, and it's a nice enough jacket. Like, it's obviously not like a super expensive jacket, but it's great for like 5 to 15 degrees Celsius. Perfect. It should stay there. Orange. It's only $3, but you're sure he's probably sold at least 100. I mean, he probably bangs those out pretty quickly too. I don't really I've never looked at his release schedule. I only think about him maybe once a year when the topic comes up. But he probably has a pretty high output, I would assume. And your family thought it was you were a legit scientist technician? I have 2 portal-themed tattoos, so I think I get questions about my tattoos more often than I get questions. Like, during normal times when I can be around people, I get more questions about my tattoos than I do about that jacket. Although, I'm wearing, like, a Discord partner hoodie right now, and I have 2 Discord partner hoodies. And I get weird looks from those. Well, doesn't look like anybody just died. Minor cave-in. Not sure what caused that to cave in. Let's just check them. His 4th finger is broken. Oh no! His finger's broken. Oh no! Her foot's broken. Oh no! You're not even injured. Sweet. Well, that's fine. Yeah, just a little cave in. I'm not sure what fell. Something fell, but actually I know what it was. This wall piece wasn't supported because there was no floor here, so it fell right there. It's fine though. No, it's a legit. So there is an author who goes by the name Chuck Tingle, and these are legit names for books that he's written. Just Google Chuck Tingle and search by images and just look at some of the covers. Like, as I was saying a minute ago, they're not safe for work, but they're not that bad. Seems to publish 2 to 4 a month. So if he's publishing like 2 to 4 books a month, realistically, probably only needs to sell 1,000 copies of a book, and he's doing great. They're all like 15 pages long. Oh, absolutely. But the covers are hilarious. Like, they're very short. 50 pages average? Yeah, it's like one scene. Anyway, Squag, what up? How's things, man? Also, Squag, I finally finished Quicker Flack. I didn't get the S ranking, though. So I'm going to try and do that longer than the average porn video. Probably takes longer to read than the average person lasts during a porn video. Well, this is the last layer that we gotta do. Grinding no hit neverhood, the usual. Good shit. Sure you'll get it done. Also, I was gonna ask you, how is Elec Head? I think it's the name of that game. I saw you playing. Got a neat look to it. was gonna ask you, how does it get precision-y, or is it mostly what's it called? Or like, because it's this game, right? Is it more precision platformy, or is it more puzzles? Because it looks like puzzles from the screenshots, but I can't tell. Few sections are precision-y. I was like, I don't mind little sections that are like super precise, but if that's the whole game, then eh. But I do really like puzzle platformers. I have 0 game budget currently. I spent all of my game budget on records last month, and now it's just, I'm saving for taxes. I'm saving for taxes and a potential vacation in June. I need to talk with a family member, but there is a very real possibility that I might be going to Montreal in June. Possibly second week to visit my little sister. There's a very real possibility that could happen. Still got those aha moments. Gotcha. Beer run. It's a pretty long beer run, man. Or are you talking about in chat? We've had no reasons to post beers. Beer's like, why do I have to run? What am I running from? Yeah, it looked like you finished it pretty quick. I'll see if I can snag it for 50% off at some point. It's on my watch list now. Although, chat, I will be honest with you for a second here. I really, 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 really want some good hard sci-fi TV games. I want things that like fill the need for hard sci-fi in my games, because I currently don't have any good hard sci-fi shows. And I got access to this. I have a slightly more open version of the demo that's going to be available soonish. I can't play it until I think the 22nd. But I mean, Battlestar, I need video games. It's like I've seen Battlestar Galactica. But this looks real good. And I've played a little bit of it now, and it feels real good. I don't know if it's actually going to be a good video game, but man, its aesthetics are so good. Gotta play some of that. Definitely gotta play some of that. Also, hey, Sideways. From what I've heard about it, it looks like it's Frostpunk in space, which I'm totally okay with. So like very story-based city builder, Spacepunk, sure. Also, another game that I am very much looking forward to. I remember seeing an ad for this as part of E3, I think, but Citizen Sleeper. This is a game that there's a 4-hour demo for it bouncing around, and I think that demo is going to be playable on, what's it called? As part of the Steam Next Fest. I think this one's going to pop up in there, but it's got a wonderful aesthetic, and it's very much a RPG. But just the whole shtick of this game is kind of rad. It's like the sequel to Capitalism that nobody wants, where people sell their consciousness to corporations, and then take drugs to forget their work life. So you're only awake when you're not working. Looks interesting. It's like Frostpunk, but in space. Space pirate is what that Zion game has been described as. So I would assume very small scale city builder with heavy story elements and high micromanagement. Sounds like a dream. A dream that we should never strive to achieve. you're not familiar with Frostpunk. Frostpunk's a very good game that makes me extremely motion sick, so I can't play it. But Frostpunk is this. Also, they've announced a sequel. And there's a board game. This is Frostpunk. It's the build a frozen city and it makes you feel bad about enslaving the children. The video game. So, I don't know. There's actually some games coming up now that I'm excited about. Yeah, that's why Frostpunk didn't really work for me because, like, yeah, I don't feel bad. It's like, are we going to enslave the children? Abso-fucking-lutely. Also, eat them when they die. Get to work, you twits. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not the person to be in charge of cities in Frostpunk. I only lasted about 2 hours in that game. The way the camera zooms in and zooms out in that game made me feel so fucking sick. You're waiting on Bomb Rush Cyberpunk? Oh, I'm waiting on the soundtrack pre-order for that. With no graphics? The Veil. The Veil is the game that I played recently that you're probably referring to. For Bomb Rush? I mean, yeah, it'll come out when it's done, right? But I want that soundtrack and probably want that game too. For Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. They can take their sweet time with it. I don't care. I'm good. Let's check in on that dwarf who was in the military who's sad. Caribou, where are you? Caribou, where are you? Perfect. No longer depressed. Let's see. Yeah, different veils. There's also this, which I'm planning to play. But I'm waiting until it leaves early access because apparently it's only going to be at early access until April. So it's a very short early access for this one. So I'm going to play this whenever it leaves early access. Which is another audio accessible RPG thing. I mean, did you miss me streaming The Veil, Mark? Because you should go watch some of the VODs of that. We are into early summer of the year 377. Also, I think Stone is here now, right? It's where I saw your name in chat earlier. I did post the screenshot of the one shipment we got. It was pretty small for spring. I'm such a blind princess seer. Oh, you fucking know it. Look at me. Don't I just look like a princess? I'm not even totally blind to those, so it's like... none of those games are really about me. They're about future me, as my vision gets worse. Which, by the way, I need to go see my eye doctor, because I've got a couple floaters that are bothering me recently. Might need surgery soon. My doctor was talking to me about that the last time I saw him. He's like, yeah, we might need to talk to you about surgery in a couple of years. I was like, cool. Your back is up, is acting up today? Well, you should tell it to act down. Act over their back. Yeah, exactly. You should check out the Veil. The Veil is a very interesting little game. I would love to reach out to the developer of the Veil and see if I could have him on as an interview. But I'll be completely honest, I have absolutely no fucking idea how the hell I would edit that. So there is that. If I had some idea of how the hell I could edit it, I would be super interested in doing something like that. But also, the Veil is a Canadian game, which kind of neat. A video of me LARPing it. I mean, actually, honestly, probably what it would be is I would use face cams for me and the person that I'm talking with, and then swap between large chunks of gameplay and talking and like any reference footage I can get is probably what it would be. But oh, that sucks. S10. Have you seen a doctor about that? That's something I would immediately go to a doctor for. Any kind of fall injury is something you want to get sorted, especially. That stuff can impact you for a long time. Need a pick. I think I gotta check is I gotta make sure that plants being processed. But the thing that I found real fascinating about the Veil is just that it uses the same technology for audio that VR uses. It's actually like that tech being used for other things, which I think is real neat. And also kind of just awesome to see. Technology that's very niche being used for other interesting applications. They won't take a look. That's not how doctors work, Estet. But if you have that take, then fair enough. But that's not how a clinic works. And as somebody who's dealt with back injuries and back pain before, walk-in clinics exist for a reason. And you live in the same country as me, meaning you have the same rights as me. But whatever. Dwarf deconstructing a thing that they're standing on? No, okay. If you were making me nervous for a second there, I don't really want dwarves falling through this floor. Not that it would be all that bad. They'd go through maybe 1 or 2 Z levels. Still don't want that though. Want to avoid it at all cost. It's like deconstructing floors like this is a very careful thing because you don't ever want to have a dwarf standing on a thing and you don't want to leave anything unsupported because the second you do that, stuff just starts caving in, and when stuff starts caving in, that's how dwarves die. Usually quite explosive too. So you gotta be real careful. Took you a few tries before you ever got helped. When I had back problems, the first place that I went to didn't help me. The second place I went to didn't help me. The third place I went to got me signed up with physiotherapy, and I didn't have to pay for any of it. Just go to a walk-in clinic, and if they don't take you, go to the next walk-in clinic. There's plenty of them around, and it's just a matter of finding the right clinic that has space. So, yes, doctors will see you, and if you don't believe that they will see you, then you have no idea what you're talking about. Just start going to clinics until you can find one. Took me about 6 hours to find a doctor the day that I needed one, when I could barely walk. Different story for when I had a cyst that almost killed me, but that was way before I started streaming. Right when I first moved out, I got a cyst in my temple here that got infected. Within a day, it was so big I couldn't put my glasses on. It was like someone stuck a golf ball in my temple. And I went to a doctor, and they gave me cream for it and sent me to emergency, and they drained it in emergency, and then I had this infection cream that I had to put on it for the next, 5 days, and the doctor basically told me, he's like, yo, if you, went to bed, you wouldn't have woken up because it would have gone into your brain and killed you. Yeah, but Bastet lives in Canada. And if you're having even remotely concerning back problems, like back problems that are bad enough where, it's giving you daily pain, you 1,000% need to go to a doctor. And yes, they will see you. You just need to find somewhere that has space. And that's not hard. Just take some effort. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't want to put effort into things like their own health. So, the royal treasurers have arrived, as well as the one caravan. It's been weird. It's always one human faction or the other human faction trades. I wonder if they're fighting. Possible. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, Space Pirate, but it was certainly a weird afternoon. Weird couple of days. Few things in this world make me sicker than people stating that a doctor won't see them. Just sell them everything that's right here. Once all of this stuff is sold. There's no splints in, or no crutches in here. See any. Anyway, chat, can we get a round of beers? Otherwise, I'm going to keep staring at the last thing that Bastet said, and I'm just going to keep repeating the same things that I've said over and over and over because I'm getting stuck in kind of a loop. We need a new subject of speech. Virgin Plus member, visit this link for a chance to win a private screening of Batman. I have no interest in Batman. Can you stop sending me links, please? Would be much appreciated, in fact. You just
God is dead.
Fuck off with that shit.
Have killed him.
So apparently God is dead and Disco Cito now has a sub. When's the new podcast? Sundays. Tomorrow. Today is Saturday. Also, I have to edit it tonight. Idla Thunderilla says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. You forgot? I literally state that it's for Sundays every time, but it's fine. Also, how are you doing today, Cutest? Things are well. Also, Cutest is an honorary mod on the Discord because for some reason they got blocked from being able to post in the sub room, and I kind of gave up trying to figure out how to fix it, so I just gave them mod powers. So, yay.
It's for everyone!
It is true. Space pirate. Also, I have to read words off of Discord, so I shall read some words off of Discord. Forks are for forking. Sporks don't feel guilt for being murderous. Red likes Andy, and Andy likes green. Triangular pancakes with rectangular fruit and cylindrical marshmallows on cuboid plates. Airborne creatures move faster than light speed. All caught up. You can ban fishing links and ketchup posts. Yeah, if you really want. How come that didn't work? It should have worked. Oh, wait, no. So, in order to be able to use those sound commands, you have to be subscribed to Tier 2 on Twitch or at $7 a month on Patreon. So I'll say what I always say whenever people use commands, which is, if I owe you something, tell me, but I don't think I owe you something. Fishing? Not that kind of fishing. Fishing like trying to steal something, fishing. Not to be confused with the band Fish. That was near a trade depot. It is satisfying. And then also the custom sound commands like Cutest Ghosts or Stoned Hobos or B-Lugs or any of the other people with custom sound commands. Those ones are $25 a month. So to select what you want your command to be costs quite a bit more. But they're the backbone of funding that this channel has, which is what really keeps the channel funded. So what season? It's summer, yeah. Early summer. Early summer, Stone. Also, if anybody's interested, I'm going to be playing some more Zomboid later today. That's the plan for today, is this and Zomboid. Fake mod, real ghosts. I mean, Cutest, do you want to be a mod? Because I just give you mod powers if you do actually want that. Also, Orange just remembered that we have a sub-chat, apparently. Cutest for mod. Chat, should we mod Cutest? It's an important question. Cutest mod or riot? That's not how this works. Which is why I'm also like passively asking if Cutest wants to be a mod. I mean, that's like the #1 requirement to be a mod on my stream. Like, see, here's the actual like sad reality of this. Whenever I give people mod, they immediately either become perma AFK and never come back to chat, or like just be super lurky and quiet. Although you already talk more than most of my mods. So, I don't know. And then there's people like Clino, who I gave mod just so that he can help mod whenever I have Tarn on. But, I don't know. If you want it, you can have it. There's also a few mods that, like, are not mods on Discord, but they're mods on Twitch. So, I don't know. I trust you. Not like there's any big secrets that this chat is holding or anything. Okay. So, chat, we're modding Cutest. All right, here, have a sword. Basically, it means if we get raided, type in !, shout out person. And if a bot posts in the chat that's bad, ban them. Unlimited, not quite unlimited power. If I gave you editor, then you'd have unlimited power because then you could change the title of my stream. That is unlimited power. I haven't given you unlimited power. I've just given you significantly more power. You just do have the unlimited power. There you go. You just have the ability to ban anybody if you want. But just, please don't do that. Could you imagine if, like, getting modded on a Twitch stream just gave you unlimited rice pudding? Could you imagine how much rice pudding I would have? Life goals? My actual life goal is I want to be able to pay my mods. My two current goals are I want to be able to pay my mods, and I want to be able to hire an editor for the Halcyon Frequency podcast. Those are my two current goals. I want the podcast to make enough money and have enough of an audience that I can hire an editor. Et cetera, Stone. It's a quote that is so well known that even I've heard it. Oh yeah, you can also leave mod notes on people. So you can see chat logs, but you can also see mod comments on people's usernames. Cutest doesn't have any mod comments because we never use that feature. But theoretically, if somebody wanted to, they could. I think Hobo has a mod comment and such. That's a thing? Yep, that is a thing. Like, Stone has 2 mod comments. For example. Yeah, Bila gave you one a while ago. Also, on the topic of podcasts, so I was kind of baked yesterday, and I got a bad idea. I really want to do a book, or like a sci-fi book club podcast, and read through Dune 2 chapters at a time for a podcast. Because I've only ever read the first book, and I want a dumb excuse to read the rest of them. But I don't have time. Really don't have time. I also don't feel like paying for more podcast hosting. And I don't think anybody else in my team actually gives enough of a shit about Dune that I could ever actually make that happen. But I can dream. I need to be making enough money that I can afford to stream less in order to be able to do projects like that. Which isn't currently a world that I live in, unfortunately. That's most of the way. That's the way I get most of my ideas, though. Anonymous. Maybe not most of them, but a large portion. Really just Kind of pointless having all this stuff here. It's just extra wall pieces for no logical reason. Give that military squad a break. Why, Diamond? I don't think so. Maybe FFZ has a setting to do that, but I don't know why you would want to. I mean, if you don't want mod, just let me know, Cutis, and I can remove it. Like, I think that other people looking at them can, but I don't think the mod can remove it themselves, if that's what you're asking. Trying to go undercover? I guess. You'd want to do that. Yeah, ad-free viewing for Disco. Also, fun fact, if an account gets banned from Twitch and they are a VIP on your stream, you can't un-VIP them. You just lose the badge. Sword doesn't match the color? Well, I guess you gotta be green now. I mean, I could just make you a VIP if you don't want mods. I still haven't fixed that? Not as of last time I checked. Because if you really don't want mod, I could give you VIP, but then you're also, you know, still the wrong color combo. It's up to you. It's okay, you guess. You're just the greenest ghost instead of the cutest ghost now. Let's see if you're useless or not first. I mean, we don't really need very frequent moderation. That's kind of the nice thing about this channel is, like, even when shit gets spicy, we don't need moderation as much as, like, a lot of streams do. Even on a bad day where people are being mean, it's like, we're kind of lucky that I'm just a pretty boring white guy that doesn't really get a lot of harassment generally, and it's been a long time since people have actively tried to go after me. That's happened in the past, but it's been a long time. So, at the very least, like, I kind of have this benefit of, like, not really needing a lot of moderation right now, but who knows, that could change. That's Jimmy just being weird again. It's fine. King needs 2 more pick. All right. Trading is like the least interesting part of Longdeath at this point. It's like, yeah, give shit away. Give shit away. We always have shit to give away. Give shit away. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. Watch time? Are you looking for the amount of time that you've watched the stream? Just exclamation point tickets. I don't have like a follow age command or anything. Tickets tells you your watch time though. And as far as follow age, just click on your own username if you want to know when you followed me. Like you followed me in August 2020, right at the beginning of Longdeath. Stone followed in May 2020. Space Pirate followed recently in February 12th. Orange, you followed me in December 2020. Under the name Orange Camera Photography. And Disco, you followed in January 26, 2017. Yeah, you followed me because we didn't get along initially, Orange. Your follow, Dating Bob, is slightly inaccurate. Yeah, accidentally unfollowed once you did. Ah, yeah. You were just an ass? Us not getting along and you not being... And you being an ass don't need to be mutually exclusive. We can not get along, you can be an ass, and I can be an ass back. Like, you know, it's all the same thing. Still equals the result of us not getting along particularly well. One thing that I thought was really funny was the person who tuned in relatively recently was like, were you the orange that got, like, told to leave early on in Longdeath pods? I was like, yep. You're just less of an ass. I mean, we all have our moments. You don't remember much? I remember too much. It's a problem. Don't be like me. Forget more. Better for you. Like, I still remember the names of most of the regulars that I used to serve at McDonald's when I worked there. Feels like Longdeath started a long time ago. It did, because August 2020 was kind of a long time ago. Now this fossil of a save file is just continuing on. Speaking of fossils.
What does this button do, Crypt Wave?
We'll never know, Huguru. We'll never know. Thanks for the 56th month. You know what I learned recently? Disco. I don't know if you're still alive. Can't remember when you last had a dwarf. Yeah, not currently, no, Disco. I learned recently that Twitch in the stats screen has a list of all of the original founders badges and the order that they subscribed in originally. And I just want to show this off real quick. This is out of the original subscribers. Meaning you were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th. Just thought I'd point that out because I think that that's kind of interesting, Huguru. If you ever wanted that stat, you're the 9th person to ever subscribe to this channel. Who's the last one? Somebody I don't get along with very well anymore, so I'm not going to show their name. Yeah, somebody I'm not going to show the name for. Don't get along. But yeah, just wanted to share that because I think it's kind of interesting. Cyclone? Yep, Cyclone's an OG. Cyclone has been around for a long time as well. Cyclone used to build roller coasters with us every Monday. For the first time in 2 years, that was fun. Where'd you go? Hell yeah. I'm trying to go on a trip in June. I've done like a few like short weekend things, but not a proper like trip. Trying to go somewhere in June. We'll see if that happens though. My big toe really needs to crack and it refuses to. Please just pop out of your socket and back in. Feel better. A handful of the streams you have founder badges in got banned? For what? Like permanently? How? I don't know of anybody who streams that got banned permanently. Did some other parks? Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you had a trip. That's good. Oh, yeah, okay. You had a founder's badge in that dude's channel? No shit, eh? He was around for a while. Jeez. He raided me a couple of times. He was a weirdo. A bit of a weirdo. Unfortunately. Classic case of don't ever meet your heroes. I have mixed feelings about that one. You can say his name in chat if you want. Too worried about that one. Him and a bunch of others who got nailed in that time period. Yeah. Let's just do this one at priority number 1. But yeah, I'm trying to go on a vacation out to Quebec sometime in June just to visit with friends and family because my little sister lives in Quebec right now and she's leaving Quebec next year. So it's kind of my last summer to try and visit Quebec while family live there, which is probably the best time to visit. So it's kind of the last chance I have. Caught miasma. Oh. Guys, you should deal with that. Yeah, it looks like they are. Some moldy cheese. Dwarf, you're on the wrong side. Guess we'll go down here and make a ramp. I'm just more impressed that you had a founder's badge in that dude's channel than anything. That's what I'm the most impressed about. I'll be back in a second, chat. I just gotta go use the restroom.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I don't. Never understood what Unix is. That's not true. I do. Anyway, I'm back. It's a Unix system. Stream knows this. Good old Unix. Good old terrible movie quotes. Just eyeballing things, trying to figure out where things are. Also mentioned in Wayne's World 2. I've never actually seen Wayne's World 2. I've seen the first one. Never did see the sequel. Just always seemed a little pointless. Oh, also, Huguro, what do you think of the animated version of the waving emote versus the original? Because I'm just super happy with how it came out. In the Longdeath video I'm at on YouTube, I just added that one. You really wanted to use it? What, this? Oh, the Unix system command or this building that I'm constructing? I'm assuming the Unix command. It's really good. Yeah, I think Kulu did a great job on it. Really did. Because, like, the original one still exists. It's just a better Twitch emote. Still. If people still want it, but... Like, I'm trying to expand on the old emotes without getting rid of too many of them. Even though they get used less these days. I also have one in Call of Cthulhu. I think I probably mentioned this to you a couple times, but, like, I knew that crew of people pretty well. Just through mutual Twitch friends. Back when I actually had friends on this website. Although shoutouts to Jack, who got me into Unmetal, which is cool. It's a hell of a long show to watch through. Used to mod for Jack. Does he still stream? I feel like I haven't seen Jack stream in a billion years. Although I used to love his talk show and podcast stuff, and he doesn't do any of that anymore, so... Not as much as he used to. Yeah, well... He's game developer now. Wearing many hats, as he says. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I'm in this game. Sort of. I'm in a free DLC for this game. Which has one review. I can't see it because it's not in my language. But I'm sort of in this game. Then he had a literal baby. I refuse to watch Arcane just because I don't really want to give money even indirectly to Riot. But I'm going to watch that Cuphead show, which is out now, I think. Just haven't opened Netflix in a couple weeks. It was well after his second that he stopped. Well, people stopped watching the podcast because of not ideal branding and poor marketing. But... this kind of is the reality of that sort of thing. Amongst other things. Oh, absolutely. It's out? Yeah, I need to watch that. Speaking of, I need to watch that for a podcast. You're happy good animations are coming out? I do not care about animated television. It's like not even something I'm remotely interested in. I will watch the Cuphead show, but that's because nobody makes animation like that anymore. I'm kind of curious about it, but I don't know. I never played the first Cuphead, so frankly, I don't care. Crutch. Wood. Orange, I've probably asked you this before, but did you watch the big, like, TwitchCon and live event that Jack put on? Because I was in that. I sat next to who later became RNGesus, who wasn't RNGesus at the time, who then later got fired from Streamlabs and banned off the platform and had his emote removed due to being a not great person. That was a... When I think back on that sofa, it was like me and then two people who then became mega famous, who then and then one of them canceled himself off the planet, and I think the other one is still mega famous. Can't remember her name, though. I just know I've seen clips of her and gone like, oh, it's that person! I think she changed her name since then. It's still weird to me that I was at that. It's a bunch of people that, like, combination of either don't stream anymore or stopped streaming, either stopped streaming for better job opportunities or still stream at a fraction of the size that they were then. Weird the way this industry goes. That's probably too many frames, would be my guess. Especially for older style of animation. If there's too many frames, then it feels weird. Speaking of Netflix bullshit, Netflix is making a BioShock movie. And it's the same production company that did the live action Death Note stuff recently. It's either going to be absolutely horrendously terrible or fantastic, and there's no in between. I'm leaning terrible, though. Yeah, seriously. Speaking of video game movies, you know that Uncharted movie's out apparently? And apparently it's awful? I mean... Although apparently the audience likes it. Maybe I should watch this movie and tell you guys how it is. Because apparently this movie came out. Apparently. You know. Fantastic movie, supposedly. I mean, you got Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? It's like you got everybody's favorite young boy actor and discount Matt Damon. You got everything. Tommy Wiseau is supposed to make a horror movie. He put out a trailer for Big Shark, which is their shark film. You know, it could work if Nick Cage is the lead, because Nick Cage could be a silent protagonist effectively. But I doubt that they're going to do that. And they're not going to make the main character a silent protagonist. There's no way they're going to do that. If they made a BioShock movie, Nick Cage was the lead character, and he played a silent protagonist just like Willy's Wonderland, I would be in. I'd be so down. But they're not going to do that. Guarantee you they're not going to do that. They're not going to make good bad decisions. They're just going to make bad decisions. Yeah, that's the thing that Netflix does actually, like, weirdly well, is, like, their investigative reporting and, like, crime documentary teams are great. I don't know who the fuck they keep hiring, but I hope they keep hiring them. Because, like, even things like Fear City was absolutely incredible. It's like Netflix is just like the best place to go if you like true crime documenting. It's so fucking good. It's like that's the reason I'm still subscribed to Netflix is their true crime stuff. Alright, so now I need to be careful for a bit, otherwise I'm going to get a cave-in. You want it to be the wildest train wreck? You're not going to get it, though. That's the thing. You're not going to get the wildest train wreck. If it's going to be a train wreck, it's just going to be kind of boring. Jim Carrey? What are you talking about? Jim Carrey's returning for the sequel for Sonic. He's doing just fine. And also, like, that is the best possible role that they could have ever cast him in, so I hope that they keep doing it. Also, I haven't seen the Sonic movies, so I just know that that movie did fine, and that movie made money, which means that they're going to make more video game movies that nobody wants. Also, Stone heads up, it is fall. I mean, there's also a Halo TV show coming out, like, soon. Like, soon. Like, soon. Which nobody asked for. And there's no way in hell it's going to be good. But the humans have arrived. Both of the big tributes. All the rest of us remove constructions. I mean, there's a world where BioShock is an excellent movie. I mean, if you're going to make a video game movie, at this point, it's like System Shock or BioShock, or maybe Half-Life are probably the best games off the top of my head that would make good movies. Like, I could see a world where, like, a Half-Life TV series comes out and is great. I could see that. That would make sense to me. The fact that you've seen Shrek 4 is distressing to me. Like, the fact that you've intentionally seen that movie and can say a nice thing about it is distressing to me. I think I've seen this most of the second one. Yeah, but this is a different company. Space Pirate. The issue with the Halo TV show is it's not canon. And they're like, we are doing our own thing with it. It's like, uh-oh. Well, why even bother then? That's my big kid take on that. Why even bother if you're gonna make a non-canon thing? Why do you know that, Christoph? Fallout TV series would have to be direct. It would have to be like paid for by AMC. AMC could do a Fallout TV series. They could do that. I mean, actually, so could Netflix probably. Fuck, so could Amazon probably. Council of Men, the year 377. Just did. They being slow. The frame rate's a little low right now. This frame rate's been kind of bad for a bit. I don't know what's going on, but I think there might be some off-screen things happening. Yeah. Combine that with all the crafts I've made recently. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. Full bag. If it doesn't get the same attention as The Walking Dead. I think the problem is we live in a world where video games are not really known for their stories. Like, games with great stories come out all the time. but they're not the highest selling blockbusters. And Assassin's Creed is never going to make a movie, even if you put Mr. Fassbender in it. So, kind of unfortunately, because the games that have the good the good writing, are never going to see the big screen. It's just kind of a waste of time. Yeah, they made an Assassin's Creed movie. Did you miss that? They made that. That is definitely a thing that they made. Oh, here comes the other tribute. Nope, they made one. They may have made more than one. Gonna find that hen real quick. All right, so now there's the question of, do I ban this person from my Discord? Just go look in, Oh, they just left my Discord. Nope, they didn't. They popped back in. What the fuck's going on? I think we've got a spammer in Discord. Just go look at general if you want to see what I'm talking about, chat. Apparently we have a dead server, courtesy of that guy. See, the Emoji Movie is fine. Like, the Emoji Movie and the fucking Angry Birds movie are both absolutely passable films because they are such non-entities of fiction. If you add anything to it, it becomes immediately a better piece of media. You can only improve upon something like Angry Birds. So what I'm saying is Angry Birds is totally passable piece of media, is what I'm saying. I'm very confused as to why. Oh, I see. It's because the raiders arrived. Gotcha. All right. Well, we will finish all of that deconstruction after we're done trading. We've got a lot of deconstruction to do. Flappy Bird stole assets, so Flappy Bird does not get cinematic universe, unfortunately. Flappy Bird. Fortunately for the rest of us, though. Now, a Wordle cinematic universe is definitely something to work with there. Actually, I can't remember if Flappy Bird stole assets or copied assets. Could be quite eloquent. Is there a punt there or something? Mod commands? As if there's mod commands. Are you talking about like on Discord or on Twitch? And no. You just have to know what they are. You want a Paperboy movie? I want a Clay Fighter movie. The time is now. Two people's like nostalgia meter just went bing. Also, Stone, here's the other one. The slow one. The group of soaring. The group of snails. I mean, okay, so hold on. The Rock, in late January, stated, I'm looking for the exact quote. All right. The Rock says, I can't tell you which game in particular we're doing, but there will be an announcement this year. We're going to bring one of the biggest, most badass games to screen. One that I've played for years. I'm excited to bring it to fans around the world. Of course, we're going to do right by our gamer friends. But we're really just going to make a great movie. This is a quote from Dwayne, like, late January. So, Donkey Kong. That's my bet. Donkey Kong. It definitely is going to be in a Donkey Kong movie. I mean, realistically, it's going to be like a Battlefield movie, probably. Also, I don't mean to, like, bully you guys or anything, but the dude's left the server already. Like, guy's left server. He's not on the server anymore, so you guys can quit your monologuing. I do appreciate the scaring off of the troll, though. Actually, no, I can't wait for Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to star in the Echo the Dolphin movie. It'll be so wholesome. Family story for everybody. What'd you return to? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being in an Echo the Dolphin movie. That's my prediction. Fast and Furious? Well, I mean, they did make a Fast and Furious game last year, which is one of the most offensive things I've ever seen. Did any of you guys see the Fast and Furious game that came out last year? Because it's on Steam. Yeah, Fast and Furious Crossroads. First off, nobody bought it. It has 40% positive reviews. And it has $80 in DLC. Everything about this game is apparently terrible. There's nothing good about it. It's just a awful, awful, awful game. So, you know. Wait, Cooking Mama starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Unfortunately, if it was Cooking Mama, then it would have to mine Bitcoin on your computer because that's what the last Cooking Mama game did. So, I don't think that's a likely option. But all that being said, I would totally watch a Peggle movie. The last Cooking Mama game that got released, Ponce, was released on 3DSs exclusively and was taken off of the shop almost immediately because it was bricking people's devices because it had a crypto miner in it. Nil Tungsdumat, the liaison from Mountain Home, says, let's discuss your situation. And I'm going to speed through the trading process and request fees for everyone. Flight Simulator, the movie. You know, this isn't a video game movie, but it is a game movie. I unironically love the Battleship movie with Rihanna in it. Like, what was the actual cast of that movie? Yeah, the 2012 film. Battleship. Who was in this movie? Taylor Kitsich. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Somebody named Alexander. Rihanna. Oh, yeah, it had Liam Neeson in it. Of course. Of course it had Liam Neeson in it. But yeah, I unironically love that Battleship movie. It was absolutely a real movie. Yeah, it was the movie that had, like, the giant robots that came out of the ocean for no fucking reason. This is a real movie. It's a real movie. I swear that they made this movie. I've seen it. A couple of times, actually. And then that's the aliens. But yeah, no, it's like an alien invasion movie with fucking Rihanna in it. It, like, shouldn't have been made, but it exists. That's because I'm trading the same thing every time. Anything else I need? I think I requested cheese. Yes. It takes me longer to trade when I'm actually trading, but in Longdeath, it's just like... I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together, of course. But yes, I unironically love that Battleship movie. That is a terrible film, but I love it. Kind of for the same reason that I like Independence Day 2, which is also a movie that shouldn't have ever been made, but they made it for some reason. You know, I would totally... Actually, you know what? That's an animated series that should exist. That they should, like, actually make a animated TV series, like 3D animation of Kerbal Space Program, and, like, have a stand-in for Bill Nye the Science Guy, who just explains science shit as a Kerbal to the Kerbals, and then the Kerbals get to like make a rocket and send it off into space and explain like the basic science of it. It could just be like a little kids like science show, but with Kerbals. It would be like slightly less annoying minions, but they go to space. An XCOM movie wouldn't be awful. The writing in XCOM disagrees. Also, every character in the movie would have to die like 8 times, otherwise it wouldn't be a realistic XCOM movie. Trying to think. Well, actually, you know what? You know what I would watch? I would watch a long, dark movie. I would watch a long, dark movie. Long Dark would make a good movie. Like, I don't really ever want to play Long Dark, but this could absolutely make a good movie. Or a TV show, even. The population dying out is the biggest threat to this fortress. So I have to be very careful to make sure that there's always a couple of couples making babies in separate families, because we are running out of dwarves in population. I'm trying to think, like, what other games would I watch in a movie? You know, ironically, I would probably watch a Cyberpunk movie. And a No Man's Sky movie would be watchable, probably. I'm kind of surprised they haven't made a Clash of Clans animated movie, now that you mention it. Speaking of, Imush has given birth to a girl. We've got a brand new baby in the fort. I was looking at Steam to try and figure out what games I would want to see in a movie. Would there be an unrated version? Actually, no, they wouldn't make it into a movie. They would just put it on to AMC and just put all the dick in it. It's fine. It's just dick. It's not like we're showing a, like, dick in vagina. Dick is fine in film, right? Speaking of dick being fine in film, anybody want to be this dwarf? You don't currently have a dwarf in Longdeath. Would you like one? Also, hey, amateur. Long day on call. Done 4-hour support call. Oh, God, I'm sorry. That. I mean, it actually, if they made a Cyberpunk movie and they got Keanu, I would absolutely see it. Merc, you would like one? Merc. She is the daughter of Imush and Kosoth. Do you have any siblings? Your older brothers and sisters are Ducky, Mafrai, Athros, Aqua, Anthony, the Skoid, Malden, Mar, and Krabba. You got a lot of older siblings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You are the 9th kid. She personally doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't really see the point in working hard. She has a narrow square chin, and her hair is straight. Her long hair is neatly combed, and her head is short. Her slightly flattened ears are somewhat short, and her nose is somewhat concave. Her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. When possible, prefers to consume beetroot wine and can't stand toads, and can be very happy and optimistic, and finds humor in most situations. Very giggly for a baby. She is comfortable around those that are different from herself, so she's okay with dwarves that aren't mommy, and tends to think before acting. She is slow to anger and often nervous, and often feels discouraged. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she has an active imagination. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is quite ambitious and often feels lustful. Does not sorry, what? She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She is slow to trust others, and she tenses up when she's nervous. She licks her lips when she's nervous, and she snaps her fingers when she's greeting somebody and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You'd watch a Borderlands movie with Keanu in it? I wish that Borderlands would cease to exist. I'm not a fan. All right, I need to turn off these pumps. How can you make a movie from No Man's Sky? How can you make a movie from No Man's Sky? The same way you make a movie from any IP that has very little world building in itself. You take the world that they have built, this visual style and aesthetic that they have built, and you make a movie in that world. They absolutely could make a weird psychedelic space trip story that is not super long about discovering language in the world of No Man's Sky. They could make it an animated film or a live action film. Probably easier to make as an animated film. The music lends itself real well to that kind of psychedelic space trippy shit. And like they could easily make a hour and a half, 2 hour long No Man's Sky movie that follows the same basic story of the original No Man's Sky of getting to the center of the universe, just following some weird space nomad traveler and the people they meet along the way. That would be a fantastic film. I'd absolutely watch that. I refuse to acknowledge that statement, Renfield. The only reason you play Borderlands games is because your friends pestered you into playing them? Yeah, I refuse to give that studio money until they apologize for ruining the Aliens franchise. Or the video game side of the Aliens franchise. Like, Aliens games will forever have, like, this big fucking black veil over their releases purely because of Colonial Marines. Like, there's a lot of studios that people, like, refuse to play because they ruined a franchise. I still hate Gearbox for lying and lying and lying and lying and lying through their fucking teeth about that game. It's one of only a handful of games I have manually removed from my Steam library because I was so pissed. Hey, Dabby. What up, dude? Those things. It's like Aliens, Colonial Marines. It was called Mesozoica. I don't even know if it's for sale anymore. You've never looked into it? What, for Aliens Colonial Marines? The game just didn't work. Like, the AI was, like, had no programming. The AI would just walk in a straight line towards you. And visually, graphically, and gameplay-wise, the trailers look nothing like the in-game. There's nothing about the actual game that is even remotely related to the trailers. It was just a very good example of blatant false advertising. Bedrock, thanks for the 13th month. A 13-month streak. It's a year and 1 month. Years, I think. Welcome back. It was just an extreme, like, to the point where it was like 2 or 3 years after release, a modder was tinkering with it, Ponce, and found that a large portion of the reason why the AI was so bad was a typo. It was just like one of the worst examples of crunch, poor QA, and just lack of honesty from the developer. So there is like ways to mod that game into working, but it's never cheap enough to be worth buying. And it's just horrendously bad. Which is funny, because like if you actually want to play like a decent aliens shooter, this game, actually shockingly not terrible. The Rebellion Aliens vs. Predator game, published by Sega, like this one's all right. Like it's just a dumb schlocky shooter, but it's a fun dumb schlocky shooter. Considering it apparently has overwhelmingly positive reviews, although I think the reason its reviews are so good is because whenever it goes on sale, it's like $3. So it's like a $15 game normally, but whenever it's on sale, it's V cheap. Rage Quit Girl, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Hi. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Cutest, you can actually do, like, some work for me. But what were you playing today? It's been a minute. Can actually make the new mod flex muscles. Benuel, hi. Adom? Original Adom, right? How? Exclamation point SO, username of person who rated. But we're playing Longdeath. This is a fortress that I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years. Currently have 40 dwarves permanently in the fort, 52 total. We are on year 377, which means the fort is 372 years old currently. And we are in mid-autumn. And then a little later, in like maybe an hour, we'll go play some Zomboid. Be fun. I hope the Airstream was good. I hope that the ADOM was kind to you. I mean, you were playing ADOM and not Ultimate ADOM, in which case then I need to apologize for your loss. Yeah, proper ADOM looks good shit. On my screen, it felt like Dwarf Fortress just crashed, but instead it just decided to put my web browser on front. I don't know why it did that. You've recently gotten back into 7 Days to Die. You should get into Zomboid so you can play with me. But how's the fort? How's the crops this season? Crops have been good. We just got a harvest of pigtails because of the season, which means we got to probably work on more clothing. We're mostly working on beautifying the fort. Like if I actually like zoom out and go down to like this layer, this is mostly what we're working on. We're working on these like pink and blue patterns going around on the floor. I need to get more gold and electrum so that we can do some yellow patches, but like we're just making the floors look cool and doing patterns and stuff. And at the same time, we're also working on clearing all of the boulders out of the bottom of this giant excavation that I did, which is taking 1,000 years, but it'll get done eventually. And once that's done, then we're going to use this to start printing obsidian. And then from there, we're going to try and rebuild large chunks of the fortress in obsidian rather than the pieces that we've been using up until this point. So, yeah, it's been fun. And then I've got the second fort that I'm running, which is other day of the week. But this outer wall and all of these walkways, which are currently like a mix of mudstone and wood, are going to get rebuilt into obsidian. And these upper walkways are all going to be done in obsidian, and I'm going to reroute all of them so that they don't cover as much of the lower levels. It'll be fun. It'll take a long time, but you know we have 1,000 years, so might as well do something, right? So yeah, that's the long-term plan for this fort. As far as the fort goes itself, if you want to like see like just how insane this fort is, that command will take you to the full YouTube playlist so you can get an idea on how much time I've put into this fort, because it's a bit ridiculous at this point. But yeah, bit ridiculous. Hope I'm having fun. Well, I mean, job's a job. Well, I probably am the most consistent streamer for Dwarf Fortress on Twitch currently. Sometimes Sal gives me a run for my money, but Sal has a tendency to vanish for months on end. So it's generally just me. Sometimes Sal. And also wise words from Merc, who just said, "Gotta." We're trying to, or rather not trying, but planning on having Tarn Adams on the stream again, who's the programmer of Dwarf Fortress. Probably not this Thursday. Probably not the Thursday after. Probably the Thursday after that. But waiting to hear back. Depends on when they decide to do the next update. New stuff. Key is to plan things out. Why'd you rage quit? What happened? I've definitely rage quit forts before because of like dumb decisions on my behalf. You screwed upstairs? I'm sorry. As long as you, like, next time remember to screw down the stairs so that when it gets really windy outside, then they won't be screwed up. Can't believe I actually won the last one. Strange issue with it? You probably just had something slightly screwed up. Stairs can be a pain, though. Oh, those are all constructed. Oh, gotta deconstruct all those. Let's make sure stuff hasn't started freezing yet, has it? Okay, cool. That's almost all dried up. That's what I wanted. I need that to dry up, otherwise we end up with ice in places I don't want it to be. You know, I've had many forts in the past where I thought that I completely broke the game, amateur. And within a couple of hours, I realized, oh, I could have fixed it this way. Like, I guarantee you could have fixed it, but... Yeah, sounds like we're screwing something up that is not super obvious, but oh well, whatever. I'm not going to try and diagnose a problem that you had with a previous fortress. Next time what I would do is, if you're having an issue like that, take a screenshot of every layer and post it on Discord, and we can probably, like, solve the problem for you. Still trying to figure out what that troll meant by that last line that they stated. Like, usually I can, like, decipher what they're trying to communicate, but I have no idea what that person was saying. let's go all the way up to here. And remove that. We're going to start removing all of these stairs all the way. Because damn, we're going to need them. So I'm just over here rebuilding a stairwell. I'm tired of having this like spiral staircase. As cool as it is, it's impacting frames to a point where it's like, we got to fix that. Because I literally see points where multiple things pile up. Well, that looks a lot nicer now that that chunk is gone. Looks a lot nicer now that that chunk is gone. Need more of that. Oh, also, apparently, FG did some tweaking on the Zomboid server, and there's less zombies now. And more frequent loot spawns. So, for whatever that's worth. I know that it's kind of counterproductive to have less zombies in a zombie game, but there was a lot of zombies. All right, let's begin this. So if anybody wants to play Project Zomboid a little later, just let me know. Once that's down, they should stop using this side entirely. Holy crap, just demolishing that actually gave me a couple frames, I think. Just feels smoother. Still trying to think. You know what would probably make a better movie than a video game? Is The Forest. It's like The Forest is alright, but it's got so many issues. I feel like The Forest could be a really good, like, 2-hour horror film. Also, geez, Elden Ring is out in like 6 days. I wonder if Twitch is just going to explode when that happens. It's been a while since a game's come out that's like actually killed Twitch. I have a feeling Elden Ring might do that. Just a slight suspicion that that game might destroy Twitch for a week. Out of curiosity, how many people here are going to be playing Sekiro in 5 days? Or not Sekiro, Elden Ring. Why am I saying? I'm looking at the Sekiro Steam page while saying that. How many people here are going to be playing Elden Ring 5 days? Just kind of curious and wondering if I should just take the day off. that's part of it. Kind of curious and also wondering, should I just take the day? You're going to pass for a while. You'll play it eventually. Ponce is like, me. I mean, Ponce, you're a given. Of course he'll be playing that fucking thing. You don't even know what that is? Do you know what a Dark Soul is, Stone? Do you know what a Sekiro is? Or a Dark Souls? Because this is that studio making new game. Elden Ring is a new game by the people who made Dark Souls and Bloodborne. And also a bunch of obscure mech games that nobody seems to remember. I mean, that's like... I don't even know if it's fair to say if it's Dark Souls meets Game of Thrones, because that author's writing is not great outside of a few things. Mr. George R. Martin is not the best. Not the worst, but the best. You learned what that game was that was not satisfying? Yeah, but do you feel educated at the very least in games a little bit? It's also the #1 selling game on Steam right now, and it's not out for another 5 days. And it's very expensive. It's $80 in old Canada. Yeah, except it's a game, it's a studio with a pretty consistent track record and also huge hype, but yeah. I think that's the difference there is they've got a really good track record. Like, when was the last time FromSoft put out a bad game that people didn't like? Anyone? Trying to think, like, genuinely, when was the last time FromSoft put out a game that nobody liked? Like, that's a genuine question. Like, it's been at least since, like, the PS2 era, right? Like, the Kingsfield games I know were always mixed, but... Like, yeah, it's like, been over a decade, because when did Demon's Souls come out? Clino, what up? When did Demon's Souls come out? Ugh. I'm gonna take a guess. 2009. Google, Demon's Souls. I'm not looking for the remake. Demon's Souls. 2009, February. Fuck yeah! I was correct. Ish. Yeah, because they put out the Kingsfield games in the 90s, put out Armored Core, bunch of other crap people haven't heard of. Of course, the Eternal Ring. I don't know. Definitely got nothing to do with an Elden Ring. They're making a new Armored Core. Which actually has me kind of curious. Because I like robot games. I hope I got that right. Yeah, I did. Speaking of huge hype mode, how's things, Clino? What you up to? What brings you to this part of the old planet? Oh, also, piece of information. It's been about 20 years since both of the human caravans have arrived at the same time, just because I saw you posting about multiple caravans showing up. It's like, they are cool when they do happen, but there's something going on in the background simulation of the world that's stopped them from coming as frequently. Just hanging out. It's too bad humans are short-lived. Maybe they've died out. I don't think they've died out. I think there's just, like, something that's stopping them from showing up. Because, like, they still bring tributes. Like, that faction still brings tributes. I don't know if they've died out, but I doubt they've died out. Would shock me if that was the case, but... But anyway. I have very high hopes for that supposed roadmap that we're supposed to get soon, TM. Maybe even misguidedly high hopes. To the point where I don't know if my hopes should be as high as they currently are, but they are. I'm just really hoping that adventure mode is more developed than Tarn is leading us to believe. Like, there's one thing that I know about Tarn that he doesn't get to do enough anymore. It's surprise people. I know that he likes surprising people. I'm just really hoping that I have high hopes for the Steam or premium versions roadmap. And I was saying that maybe my hopes are too high, but I do have high hopes. But apologies for the buffers. I don't think it was me. I haven't dropped any frames today. Main reason I have hopes that are so high is because it's... trying to think, when was the last time that Tarn put out a roadmap, like a proper roadmap? Like forever ago. Exciting and terrifying? Yeah. Like it's... there's like one of two ways it could go, right? Either it'll come out and it'll be like, yeah, so there will be a roadmap and we'll get to see it in too long a period of time. That's like option A. Or option B, it's like, oh yeah, there's definitely a roadmap, and it's not going to be completed for, and it'll be done real soon. It's like either it'll be, there's an announcement and the game will be released really soon, or it's going to be a really long time. It's like it'll either be this year, by the end of summer, or like 2023, which doesn't feel like a real number. It's like I have a hard time wrapping my brain around the fact that we're going to have a 2023 one of these years. So, yeah, exciting and terrifying. You're scared it'll have missable dates? Yeah. You know, somebody once commented on one of my videos where Tarn was talking about how much he had left. And I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something to the effect of Tarn Adams having planned release dates is like a block of wood trying to learn English. And I hesitate, and I don't hesitate to disagree with that necessarily. Harsh, but it's kind of true. Like, it is harsh, but also it is kind of true. Tarn has proven that he is very, very good at not hitting release dates when he plans them. You should watch that Cuphead movie. or a Cuphead show rather, that we were talking about earlier. Mostly because I'm planning on watching it. So. What I hope is that it has no rock solid dates. I think that if it's just like release in this month, I think, or patch in this month, I think it'll be bad. But if it's just like we'll see updates on this thing in this 3-month period of time, updates on this thing in this 3-month period of time, and updates on this thing in this 3-month period of time, and release this year or next year, I think is what I'm hoping for. But regardless, Tarn says that he'll come on the stream again the next time. Or as soon as the roadmap is finished, so. There is that. So that part's exciting, I think. If things go well, you know. I just love the statement that he made the last time I spoke with him, which was this might be the long wait now, because the time between the amount of time it will take him to do the Myths and Magic update is less time than he has spent on the premium versions now, approximately. That's one of my favorite things. It's just like, oh, we've now been through a wait that is on paper longer than the Myths and Magic legendary long wait is supposedly going to take. So dwarves can still get up here, it just takes them a really long time now. It is bright, but it's taking time, you know? But yes, it is bright. My main concern is that the niche for Dwarf Fortress might be too filled. But I think people's curiosity might still be tempted. Zach Tarn and Scamps. How old is Scamps? Scamps gotta be getting up there. Yes, you did say Tarn and Adam. Yes, you did do that. They are Zach and Tarn Adams. Actually, you know what? I think I could probably do. Let's just start working on this piece. Here. Maybe not, actually. Careful with what I do. If I start screwing stuff up, it's gonna cause major problems. Have I ever looked at a completed fort in 3D? Yeah, why? I don't understand why people think it's so cool. I'll say that. I think most of the 3D viewers that are popular are extremely ugly looking, and I don't like looking at them. I think Stone Sense looks all right, but I'm not a big fan. It only happened once. IRL has claimed that they're going to buy a copy. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it'll sell just fine, but there's a difference between selling fine and being wildly successful, right? And I want to see the game be wildly successful. You know, like in a decade, I want to see Dwarf Fortress on Steam with 100,000 reviews. I don't want to see Dwarf Fortress on Steam with 2,000 reviews. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see a Dwarf Fortress Steam page that has reviews akin to RimWorld. Like, how many are they at these days? RimWorld has, 104,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews. I would like to see Dwarf Fortress get that, because that's what Dwarf Fortress deserves. But then there's the question of, will it attain that? Will it pull that off? Or will it just be, mostly positive and 1,000? It's really hard to say. And it depends on how many people pick up the game and how many people leave a review and how many people who are new to the game latch onto it the way so many of us have, So there's a lot of different ways it could go. So I don't know. It's still not a guaranteed success. It's just like whenever people tell me that, oh, your stream is going to do a whole lot better when the Steam version releases. It's like, possibly. But there's no such thing as a guaranteed success, right? And it is a possibility that my stream could grow dramatically with the release of the premium versions of Dwarf Fortress, but it's not guaranteed. And just like any kind of success, no success is guaranteed. Everything could possibly fail. For every chance something has of succeeding, there is an equal opposite chance that it will fail. And there's a lot of factors that can cause things to fail. For Dwarf Fortress included. Dwarf Fortress could pull a Dwarf Fortress and launch with some horribly game-breaking bug which destroys its review score and never fully recovers from. Like, it absolutely could do that. It also, Dwarf Fortress suffers from a very unique problem to Dwarf Fortress, which is people tell stories about Dwarf Fortress with, shall we say,
God is dead, and we have killed him, Mia.
Details that are made up by the player themselves. Good night, Ghost. You have a good... We'll see you when we see you. Certain details have been exaggerated, right? Which is great for storytelling and wonderful for like the YouTube community and whatnot. But not necessarily a positive thing when you're trying to sell a game, right? Like if you are trying to pitch somebody to play Dwarf Fortress and you give them a Krug Smash video. Krug Smash's videos are incredible. But there is a lot of artistic liberties he takes in his storytelling, which is the same for any kind of storytelling, right? There's a lot of artistic liberties. But the problem is when you take a lot of artistic liberties in a game like this, gives people maybe an over-exaggerated idea on the amount of information the game feeds you. It's like the game's giving you lots of information that you can absolutely tell really cool stories with. But you also need to know what you're looking for. And I do worry that some people might have a overly inflated sense of the amount of work this game does to tell a story. If that makes any sense. I'm going to remove that construction so that I can build more of this. Maybe that one too, as well. And you know, anybody who's played a lot of Dwarf Fortress can look at most of the storytelling in a Card Smash video or any of the smaller YouTubers who do similar stuff. And kind of see the cracks and like understand it's like, all right, this is where they're just making shit up, and this is where the game is actually like lending its hand in the storytelling. But it's always a mix. It's always a mix of like player guided storytelling and the game guiding the storytelling. And I fear that some people maybe don't quite realize that. But this is such a fucky thing that I'm building. You've been sick and your high-energy dog has been getting frustrated. You're going to subject yourself to a brief -7 walk. Adios. You have a good brief -7 walk. Let's go up here. Downstair. Downstair. Things are freezing because we're into late autumn. All right. Well, not bad. I'm actually making progress here. The leaves are falling because it is fall. Probably there will be people frustrated and misguided by expectations, but if Bay 12 and Kit Fox are really clear in their presentation of the game and don't oversell, most players will know exactly what they're trying. I don't think that's possible at this point. Like, I don't think it is possible for most players to know what they're trying. And people also now have certain expectations of what Dwarf Fortress is capable of providing purely because of other games that have sold themselves as games like Dwarf Fortress, right? So not only is it trying to satisfy an audience of people that have played it for years, but it's also trying to satisfy an audience of people that have never played the game, but have heard a lot about the game and have probably played games that claim to be inspired by said game. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that Kit Fox can scream louder than the community. Like, I'm not trying to knock Kit Fox's promotional abilities, but like, look at the other games Kit Fox publishes. Look at about how well they do. That's the reach that Kit Fox has. Then look at any video that Tarn puts up on their channel about Dwarf Fortress. So, just as an example here. Like, if I go to Kit Fox's YouTube channel right now. Okay, so 300 views on a paparazzi video. Paparazzi launched trailer, 7 views, 7,400. Another paparazzi trailer, 3,500. Dwarf Fortress video of Tarn sitting in front of his computer talking about an embark screen for 5 minutes, 133,000. Yeah, there's absolutely no way Kit Fox can outshout the community for Dwarf Fortress. It's just not possible. So, I mean, misunderstandings happen within the Dwarf Fortress community right now about mechanics in this game constantly. Within the community. Within the dedicated portions of the community that should, in theory, know how this game works. Yes. To view a balding man with a beard talking about dwarves gets a bajillion times more views than dogs. But just to be clear, I'm not saying that I think Dwarf Fortress is going to fail. I just think that they do have an uphill battle ahead of themselves as part of launch. Launch is going to be the most. They're going to have to be really careful about how they launch Dwarf Fortress, because I think that there is a world where Dwarf Fortress gets really bad reviews at the very beginning and never recovers. I do think that there is a world where that is a possible outcome. I hope that that's not the world that we live in, though. I don't think that Dwarf Fortress is the 1,000% guaranteed success some people think it is. But in my heart, I hope it is. All right, let's put an upstair right there and demolish those. And demolish this. And then watch just to make sure that 2 dwarves don't stand on the same tile. I would literally cut off a limb to get free publicity DF gets for something else. You've had chats with community managers that state basically you would literally cut off a limb to get the free publicity DF gets for something else. Google News knows I like DF, and there's pretty much an article a week when literally nothing is happening. Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, like, I can make videos about Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition that quite literally nothing happens in, that announce nothing new, just screenshots. If I release videos containing just screenshots of literally anything else except for maybe Elden Ring, for the vast majority of games on the market right now, nobody would care. The far and away vast majority. you are placing that. Sweet. Let's jump up here. Yeah, no, absolutely. Usually a game spends 10 years in early access. A game that spends 10 years in early access has a questionable reputation. Well, the thing is Dwarf Fortress was in early access before early access was a term, right? I think that if Dwarf Fortress released in early access with the branding early access 16 years ago, I think Dwarf Fortress would have a very questionable reputation. I think if Dwarf Fortress released now, it wouldn't be successful at all. The thing is, and this is why I point at people who mock No Man's Sky and Peter Molyneux very heavily. Those guys have a lot in common with Tarn and Zach Adams. The difference is Zach and Tarn Adams have a community that is somehow patient enough with them to actually wait for the updates to come out for those games to get for the game to get as good as they are promising it to be, right? We know Dwarf Fortress will get there eventually, and the things that Tarn promises he will get to eventually. But by a normal game release standards, Dwarf Fortress would be just as controversial as a No Man's Sky or as a Star Citizen or as a Fable 3 if it had a publisher and was announced with the promised features that Tarn has been promising since as long as he's been promising features at this point. If it announced and it was a kickstarted project, there would be lawsuits by this point. You know? There probably would be. It would be just as controversial and weird as a lot of those issues. Yeah, also that. DF doesn't qualify for Steam's early access. EA requires a plan to end development at some time and say it's done. Yeah, it's also kind of funny because Cogmind has the same issue. Clino. Like, Cogmind considered releasing as a finished product initially, but ended up deciding to not. Considering they had the option to launch it as a not early access game, and it's an early access game. Those can both be nice or granite, doesn't matter. That's one. But yeah, the fact that there is a completely free version of Dwarf Fortress that you can go play right now does actually really frustrate me as a creator. All of these people who watch my news videos who are just like, man, I wish I could play this game. It's like, you can! Do it! Please! And then watch my Let's Plays and my streams. Or don't. In which case... That is the weirdest username I've ever seen. Considering that with the emote that you just posted. It's like, when I see a thing like that, I just kind of want to ban you by default because I'm concerned that you have, like, one of those tracking links in your usernames. So... I don't know. Do we trust you or are you too sus? I don't know. You're the one who pops in with the username testing don't click. And the first thing you place is a do it emote in my chat. And it's a known fact that there are people who put tracking links within their Twitch accounts so that if you click on their username, it exposes your IP. So Yeah, but I can't click on your name to find that out. Because your name says testing, don't click. I literally can't click your name to find out. You're telling me to drop it? I'm sorry, what? You started it. Tracking links on Twitch? Yep. Okay. Bye, I guess. That's maybe the weirdest interaction I've had with somebody in maybe ever. It's possible they've been following me for ages, but I don't know. They must have changed their name because I've never seen that username before. Yes, which is why Twitch is currently throwing out their entire API and rebuilding it. Twitch ups. Is anybody else very confused by this whole conversation? Or is it just me? Trying to figure out if I know this person. No idea. How would I deal with that if I did click? Take my stream offline and change my password. But I have ways of looking people up. Yes. Stone. In response to that, just yes, all of them. You heard me, Stone. I'm not entirely certain how that's a relevant question. But all of my passwords. It's not as important for like people who just have accounts, but it's very important for people who make the entirety of their living on the internet. Like myself. Oh, also, pro tip for anybody in my chat. If you tell me to drop it, it's like the best way to make me not like you very much. If you tell me to drop it. Because it's not your place to tell me to drop it. It's my chat. I can talk about whatever I want and focus on whatever I want. That's not why people hack people's accounts. Uguru, but okay. Accounts get hacked on Twitch to destroy accounts. It's purely malicious. But yeah, if you go around with a username like that and you get weird responses, don't be shocked. Hello again? Hello again? Did you leave? Welcome back. I'm confused. We're damn close to finishing this stairwell, which is something I've been putting off doing for a long time. Oh, you may have to change something. Oh, did you go change your password? I mean, I don't think that person was a hacker. I think that person just has a stupid username and lack of ability to realize that. And then gets mad when person is like questioning. Like, I'm sorry if I'm skeptical. But if you act weird and you have a weird username like that, I'm going to assume weird. Apologies for having to deal with shit like that in the past. We're year 377, meaning the fort's 372 years old. I know. 372. Time slowed down significantly because I've been playing the other fort in tandem, and I only have so many hours in a week. So, looking forward to year 400 though. We usually do a year and a half per stream of it, which means we got a long. Hoping by the end of 2022 that we'll be at year 500. That's my goal. At least year 500, maybe 550. Oy vey. The save gets bigger, right, as events and characters go on, and Longdeath's save is really big in comparison to others? No, not really, because Longdeath is a very small world. If Longdeath was a very large world, possibly, but any large world that's generated 500 years is going to be a bigger save file than Longdeath, because Longdeath is a small world that was only generated for 5. So it's actually a very small thing. Looking forward to telling people you're sorry that they have too much crap in their 10-year-old fort and 15 FPS, and here's a 400-year-old fort. I mean, just as a cross example, I have a, like, Hotbeards, which is my current other fort, is like 10 years old, and it has like 120 dwarves in it, and it's a higher frame rate than this. So, like, at 10 years old, like, you could, with proper fortress management, you could absolutely have a nice large fortress. And keep your frames up, assuming you like have half decent pathing in your fort. It's probably like I had one person who was complaining about frame rate death in Dwarf Fort, right, Clino? And I asked them if they were doing anything weird that could obstruct pathing. And they mentioned that, well, they starve all of the children to death by locking them in bedrooms. Anyway, because they only wanted adult dwarves in the fort. So they would lock, like, whenever a child was born, they'd lock them in the bedroom. I was like, unlock all of those doors. And like, oh my god, the frame rate got so much better. It's like, you fucking wonder why. You're murdering kids. Of course your frame rate's gonna be shit. They bitch about it. They don't appreciate being starved to death. This is fine. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. You want to invest your tickets? Did I win last time? Aw. So yeah, no, the save file for Longdeath isn't particularly large. But we will do a backup on that's frame rate is inversely proportional to child abuse? Who knew? I mean, yeah, the game does slow down. After like 100 years in the fort, if you have 200 dwarves, you're gonna be below 30. Like, yes, it will slow down over time, but it never gets unplayable with proper fortress management. Like, it slows down for the same reason that any big simulation game slows down. If you want to speed it up, retire the fort and reclaim it. Like, it's that simple. It's just like your computer slows down if you use it for a really long period of time. And if you want to fix that, it's time to defragment your hard drive. You know? It's like, time to clear up some space. Give her some memory. Just like many things. Child murder is bad for frames. That particular method of child murder is bad for frames. Drawbridges or long falls or lava is much more efficient if you want to do that. What does retire and reclaim change? It resets all of your pathing. I retired and reclaimed Longdeath off stream. It was basically back at top speed. So I have no idea what it changes, but retiring and reclaiming Longdeath made us go from kind of like this pretty comfortable like 30 to 40 frames up to 60. Just went whoop, right back. Remember reading a really hilarious fort report in Rock, Paper, Shotgun, and the player had some birds in a closed hole in the floor, eternally fighting, never dying or killing the others? I mean, I believe it. What kind of birds? Like, are we talking vermin-sized birds or, like, bigger than vermin-sized birds? And there we go. We now have a stairwell that goes all the way up and down. Significantly more efficient. And also safer, probably. I once basically frame rate deathed the fort by trapping a whole bunch of zombies in the bottom of a pit. And then they had a necromancer in there too. And then I lined up a bunch of archers to shoot at them. Which more or less like nuked the frame rate of the fort. Or rather crossbow dwarves, not archers. But we had like 300 zombies in that pit. The zombie mosh pit was really bad for frames, unfortunately. As good as it was from like our own personal comedy. Uh-oh, that's stairs. I don't want stairs. Have a good nap. Past it. And I think we can extend this. Some kind of failure to keep lists that results in items being randomly scattered accounts for some of it. I know that the deaths list is blamed for a bunch of FPS loss. The deaths list absolutely is part of it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's active tracking of items that have moved recently. I have no idea. But what I do know is that retiring and reclaiming this fort fixed a lot of frames. It wasn't the most dramatic leap in frame rate I've seen, but it was pretty dramatic. Also, chat, I'm kind of hungry, so I think I'm going to go get me some food. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. And when I return, we'll continue with more dwarves. BRB, don't go anywhere too fast. Unless you really want to. If you want to support the stuff I do directly, there's a link to my Patreon. And there's a link to the YouTubes if you want to watch YouTube videos of these fortresses. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Hey, Pigfinite. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. You wonder if it would be a place where DFHack could actually help out. Oh, DFHack could absolutely fix the frame rate of this fortress, but that's not the point of this fortress, so I'm not going to use those. I've known for a very long time that I absolutely could use DFHack to fix some of these fundamental frame rate problems of this fortress, but that isn't the point of this fortress, so I'm not going to use DFHack. Anyway, I will be back. All right, I return. Blah, 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 blah. Does King want anything? 3 crutches, 1 pick. Oh, apparently I hit caps lock. Crutch. Wood. 3. Pick. Iron. 1. Done. The second you sit back down, hey, good timing. All right, how's them stairs doing? Coming along pretty well from the looks of things. You know what? I'm going to need 2 temporary floorings to construct on, so we'll just do this. Also, if people want to go on adventures and die more in Zomboid tonight, we'll be playing some more of that. Although, some adjustments have been made to the server, and there are less zombies now. So if anybody was annoyed by the prevalence of the zombie threat previously, it's going to be less of a concern going forward. That. Oh, right. Yeah, those are floors. Let's do 2 diorite doors. There we go. Now I have the space. And now I can just build, which is fantastic. 1 layer up, we can do this. So those both get constructed, and then I can do this. And now this stairway is going to be safe. The stairway that once killed the old stone, who I actually, funnily enough, I don't think I looked up the current stone. Maybe I should do that for you. The stairway that killed stone is finally being changed. Was it Stone the Second that got killed on this stairway? I think it was Stone the Second. It's been a long time, admittedly, since I thought about that particular death. The stone stairs. They're definitely made of granite, yeah. No idea. I want to say it was Stone the Second that died on this stair. It was the one that got hit by the buzzard. But Stone, you did want me to look into Stone and see how Stone is doing. You're currently a militia captain. I'm going to remove combat skills. You're an adept miner, dabbling carpenter, and a legendary weaver, and a talented clother and a legendary grower. You have 1 kill. You killed a buzzard once. And you're satisfied at work. You felt pleasure near a fine door and pleasure near a fine trap, and satisfied at work. Euphoric due to inebriation, but self-pity after being unable to wander for too long. And you're 43. No major injuries or anything? You have an incredibly calm demeanor, and you find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and prone to hatreds, and often feels hatreds towards things. Cracks easily under pressure and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. You're very greedy and inattentive to detail in your own work. You have 147 items in a grand bedroom. So that's a little bit about you, Stone. Just a little bit about you. Also, in terms of content, the thing that I'm the happiest that people are watching is the Tarn Adams Future of the Fortress posts. Because when I started doing those, I assumed nobody would watch. I figured that, like, oh, okay, there's no reason for this to exist. It's like one person asked me to do them as an offhand thing. It's like, hey, could you, like, make videos about those? And I was like, I don't think anybody will watch these. Those are your favorite videos? Really, Lillicit? Also, hi, Lillicit. How are you? I was very much convinced nobody would watch those when I started uploading them. It's kind of funny. It's like my YouTube channel at a glance looks kind of weird and almost dead because of how few views most of the VODs get. But then, like, if I were to only upload the Future of the Fortress and Dwarf Fortress news and the interviews, every video on my YouTube channel would have like 3,000 plus views and might actually be a bigger channel overall. But I like having the archives and I like them being watchable and I like keeping everything on one channel because I don't like running multiple channels. That's been proven many, many times to be unsustainable and generally will fail. Honestly, I think like the best thing that could ever happen, Kleno, would be for Kit Fox to just take the idea for the Future of the Fortress show, get Tarn to record his responses, and then make like a voice acted actor to ask the question, and then Tarn responds. And so up doing the forum post version and a video version would probably be some of the best marketing Dwarf Fortress could get. Granted, I don't think Tarn would be down to do that. Maybe too much work. All right, so a lot of these spots won't work. But that's okay. I don't want them to work. I mean, it would also make me sad if Kit Fox just stole my content, but I'd respect it, frankly. Let's hope that they don't fuck this up. Yay, they didn't fuck it up. Good on you, dwarves. For a moment there, it looked like somebody fell. Here come the doors. Hell yeah. You hope that I'm well? I'm all right. We're just doing a chill day of Longdeath. Hopefully somebody's making a wooden crutch before the king gets mad. We're just doing a chill day of Longdeath. We're in late winter of 377, meaning we've played almost a full year. I think we'll do another 30 minutes of this and then play some Zomboid. Then I have a package to go pick up from the post office and a podcast to edit, so won't be the longest stream I've ever done, that's for sure, but hopefully it's enough. We're gonna do some fun things with this bit here. because I can. You know what? Actually, let's put ramps up here. Let's also put one right here. Former streamer and YouTuber says he regrets how he is now homeless and living in an alley, but he says, I respect the hustle. I never expected them to steal your whole gig, but good on them. It's good content. Hey, can you spare a buck so a guy can warm up with a coffee? Yeah. The sad part, or actually the scary part is Kit Fox probably could just be like, hey, you're not allowed to post these because, like, they're just screenshots. Like, studios have taken down YouTubers for worse content, or for better content than the content that I put up. But I think that Kit Fox acknowledges the amount of free advertising they get from my YouTube videos and thus appreciate them. But you never know. Hey, missionary. What's up? We're doing all right. Chat, Cussy would like to know how you all are. Also, I appreciate you having the same username on multiple platforms. It makes things much less confusing. There's a lot of people that have different names on every platform, and it's like, keeping track of people's hard. You would never? Yeah, I mean, it took me like a minute to realize who you were on Discord until you referenced something that you posted on Discord in Twitch chat. Then I was like, oh, it was like at that point that I put 2 and 2 together who the hell you were. Great might be a bit too positive, but I'm doing. That's for sure. Yeah, but then you changed your name. Pink. Blech. Stone is always stone unless they are Seashore's Wall or Noel Bobby. Yeah, but like I know your 3 usernames, so you're easier. I have other aliases I go by on the internet, but everything work related is all easy to find. Everything content related I do is all same name. As more dwarves come around the corner. That's a secret? Yep, just like I have... I'm not going to give you a number, actually. I have several online handles that are private. I will just say several. Did I up the number of dwarves in the base? I can't remember what I had at episode 11 or 12. I think it might have been in the 30s at that point, but we have a hard cap of 57 and currently have 51 total. 40 not counting merchants, because merchants are like temporary citizens that don't have full citizenship from what's it called? The mountain home. So no, I do not have an account that is not blind IRL. No, they're all completely unrelated to work. You wouldn't be able to find them even if you tried. I also have some old dead YouTube accounts that are associated with other names that I used to go by back in the day that are not relevant anymore. Everybody needs some privacy. Don't need to be a priest if needed. No children, just merchants. So all of the not named dwarves in the fort are not permanent residents. We just had a child who just got named as Merc. But if you're around when a child is born, you can definitely have a child. Unless you want one of the merchants, but like I said, they're not permanent members of the fortress, and they're quite a bit older than the rest of the dwarves. But like my fucking mayor right now is a merchant, so I mean, you can have one of those if you want. That, or if you want to be a actual citizen, yeah, you can rename merchants, just like any other dwarf. But they can't be in the military, and there's certain other jobs they can't do. They're kind of annoying like that. Well, excuse me. They also don't get counted as members of the population. And unless they're given special noble jobs, they stay white, regardless of what their skills are. Well, we haven't had a migrant wave since the year 120, I think? 120s or something? It's been like 250 years since the last migrant wave, so. Migrant wave stopped a long time ago. No, I've never had one go away and come back. Although I did notice something weird, which is if you banish a dwarf to a fort, like let's just say this Hillix, Veiled Class, which has 600 dwarves, they show up in this list of dwarves, right? Like say this one, Mad Max. They show up in this list. But if I request this dwarf as a worker, they don't show up, but a pile of their stuff does. Because they're dead. So a pile of their shit shows up. Also, this list of merchants never repopulates and feels like there's a limited number. To the point where I'm starting to get worried that I'm going to run out of merchants. So I need to be careful with the merchants that I bring because I appear to slowly be running out. Because I don't think that list repopulates. Only 2 more levels, and then this stairway's done. Yay! Nope. They cannot do that. Not of their own free will. Unless the player retires the fort, at which point then, theoretically, the dwarves could go off on their own and do other things, join other factions, and such. But as long as the player is in control of the fort, the player is in control of the fort. What, like the list of merchants never repopulates? Yeah. It's an interesting thing, that's for sure. I don't think I've ever reported a bug via the bug tracker, but I know other people have. One that I found that I noticed that wasn't in the bug tracker, which I think is hilarious, is I need to find a dwarf that was born in this fort. She is a worshiper of Shin, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks, and an art. Okay, so I need a dwarf that was born in this fort, because they worship multiple deities sometimes, which is not supposed to operate like that. He's a casual worshiper of the embased worshippers. So basically what happens is dwarves have a chance to inherit the gods that their parents worship, right? So if a parent worships 3 gods, that child has a chance to inherit any of those. But if both of the parents worship the same god, but one is an ardent worshiper and then the other one is a casual worshiper, a dwarf might become a casual worshiper and an ardent worshiper of the same god. Yeah, like this one. She is an ardent worshiper of Shistek and a worshiper of Shistek. So, worships Shistek and Shistek twice, times 2. It doesn't need to be a lot of generations either. First generation, if both parents worship the same god, then they can have the same god listed twice. That is one that has been reported because of this fort. And what's real funny was like when we first noticed that, Stone opened up their fort, was like, yeah, this is happening in my fort too, which was like just a generation old. But I've had dwarves that worship a god like 3 times. It's like, is an ardent worshiper, casual worshiper, and worshiper of the same god. It's like, it even happened to you in one of your videos? Yeah. Maybe it's just multiple personalities. I think it's just parents bullying their kids into worshiping the same gods they worship. You casually, frantically worship the god of rock adamantly? Yeah, Stone uploads videos to the YouTubes under the same names. So you can go listen to Stone ramble over Dwarf Fort on YouTube if you want. Told them to upload them or post them on the Discord as well, but I think they do that enough. It's like trying to gauge how much a god wants to be worshipped. Do gods want to be worshipped at all, though? I didn't realize the game was paused. I was like, why is this taking so long? You pretend to be a casual worshiper around other dwarves, but secretly you're an ardent worshiper? Yeah, you just happen to worship a slightly less popular god, so it is wise to do such a thing. You don't want to be a member of the... You don't want to be a member of the fortress that's caught up in the next religious persecution session. It's real fun when you read about religious groups being driven out of forts in Legends. It's like, You know, oddly enough, being a dwarf worshipping an elven force in a dwarven fort is definitely like a risky undertaking at times. You never know what could happen. All right, well, and just like that, our new stairwell is done. So now, instead of having this building here, we have a stairwell that goes all the way up, up to there. We done did it. No, the dwarves do not worship the player. I mean, theoretically, you could add another name for a god. Yeah, big yawn. You could add another name for a god, which is the player's name. And then there's a chance that that god name could be thrown into the world gen, and then they could worship you. But... Why are we sacrificing firstborn, Krista? What? Did I miss something? Where did all the electrum go? I just had it right here. I must have just missed it. There it is. I don't think that sacrificing firstborn is a requirement of any god in Dwarf Fort. Gods don't need your goddamn fleshy children. They're omnipotent. If they wanted to, eat a child, they would just eat a child. They don't need you to donate yours. They'll just take them if they really wanted it, assuming they're a living creature. Maybe all the dwarves in your fort worship the Great Rock, this giant bird of prey, and the Great Rock just decides to eat Eurist's child when it comes by. But that's just, it's just what it do. That's just a wild animal that you just chose to worship. But no legitimate ancient being from the great old depths of the Forgotten Realms before the time began needs your damn child. Pilot guy, what up? I don't know if you saw Pilot, but I went on a bit of a bender last night and uploaded a couple of records to the YouTube channel, including the Mavis record that just showed up, which I played this morning at the start of the stream. I've got some more that might go up. You went flying today. Well, better flying than falling, as they say. A V6 turbo hybrid. Speaking of dumb cars, did you see the announcement about Formula H? Or not? Why do I keep saying Formula? Extreme H. It's so much harder to say. Formula H would be so much better. But Extreme H? Extreme Hydro? Where they're going to be using hydrogen fuel cells instead of electric? That's going to be racing alongside of, Extreme E. I want to know what those cars are going to sound like. Because the Extreme E cars just sound like a hairdryer gone wild. If the Formula E cars just sound like a blow dryer. Kaboom. Yeah, true. That as well. Mushroom cloud is what they sound like. Extreme E. It's okay. It's a racing series nobody should actually know about. Extreme E is this. Whenever the website loads. This! Fucking bad website. Oh, also the Desert Pre-Finals is happening in 10 hours, apparently. But, it's a off-road electric racing series. and the creator of it literally stated, "I want to create pod racing." It is the, like, you watch footage of Extreme E, and very quickly you realize that, oh, I've seen this before. I played this made-up racing series that didn't exist in Dirt 2 like a billion years ago. And it's basically just this. Also, the humans have arrived to drop off stuff. Did a buggy at a Ferrari mate? Sure. They're very fast and they go and they're fun to watch. So it's also real funny because it's like they're all about like saving the planet and diversity, right? So because of that, they have every team has to have one boy racer, one girl racer, one male, one female racer. So they swap drivers halfway through each race. But it's real funny because the way the seats work, most of the girls need booster seats. So they're like pulling a driver out of this car and cramming a new chair in while they're at it. Or vice versa, like pulling a driver out and then pulling the chair out to then throw the other guy in, which is very fun to watch. I'm having an all right day. No complaints. Pilot. It's not always in the desert, missionary. Only the first race of each season is in the desert. They race all around the world, so they have one track that's on a glacier. They do one on a beach. They do one on a one in the middle of the desert on sand dunes. The middle of England because they got stuck in pandemic lockdowns for a bit. The rainforest. So Extreme E is kind of fun because it's like a world tour. You're going over incident reports, so kind of lazy. Yeah, I feel that. They desert the desert? No. But they do it. The interesting thing about Extreme E is they do actually practice like the leave no trace stuff, and they like stick around for a few weeks after the race is over and just clean up garbage that was there beforehand and such, which is kind of neat. Like, I don't know. It's a neat racing series, even though it's a little counterproductive. Like, it's real funny because they're just like, we promote electric vehicles and we're only racing in like and trying to like promote a carbon neutral environment. Then the camera zooms out and you just see like all of the tents and like the pickup trucks and the Jeeps that drove them out there and the massive semi truck that they drove in on, and you're like, seems a little sus. But, you know, what else are they going to do? They're trying. Can't hate them for trying. Clearing the rainforest for your eco-friendly. That's the thing. They don't clear the rainforest. They go to like the edge of it in an area that can be fixed. Like, they're not clearing the rainforest for a racetrack. They go to a patch of area where there isn't trees and they lay out a racetrack in that area. Or an area that was already logged by something else for some other reason, and they set up a racetrack in there, and then they plant a whole bunch of trees, and then they leave. So they are actually doing better than, you know, the whole clearing rainforest for your eco-friendly racetrack, because they're not making racetracks. They just race in the dirt. If that soundtrack wasn't entirely licensed, I would have bought it by now, in regards to the Fury soundtrack. Speaking of soundtracks, oh no! Cougar's been found dead. Speaking of must have died of old age. Tonight after stream, I have to go to the post office, Pilot, to pick up the In Other Waters soundtrack, which was beautiful, and the Hollow Knight soundtrack picture disc, which arrived. So that should be in the post office today because I got the delivery notice yesterday. So I'm going to try and run down there tonight and see if I can't have a peek. But unfortunately, not going to be able to buy anything else for a while because I'm kind of like at peak for the amount of records I can afford in a reasonable amount of time. So. You want to pray. Want decent meals. You want to pray. Want to practice a craft. I should just give these dwarves a break. I've been doing too much construction. I'm just hoping that by the time I'm done with this weird pattern, Cupa will be proud. That's kind of my main goal with this. Is like if I could make Cupa like proud of me, then we're doing all right. Good evening, Mind. How are you? Need that. And no matter how nice I make it look, dwarves are still going to puke on it. Are thick? Cupo's forts are thick. Maybe. They really, really are. It's nice to see him streaming again, too. Because he disappears for like 6 months at a time. To go do life things and then comes back. Ah, I get you. Going to sleep in a moment. Well, you have a good night's sleep when you go to bed, Mind. Dwarves just don't appreciate the craft store ship. No, they appreciate it. They appreciate it by puking on it, clearly. Also looks like I need to update my sub goal. Because, subs from a generous gifter. We're 3, we're at 470. Chat, what's a reasonable sub goal? Let's say 365. That's a good number. That's a fun number. Do that. Needs to always be achievable. 365 is better than 360. $67. 367. I mean, Stone, you seem kind of biased. I'll make a deal with you, Stone. If we get 365 subscribers, then I will up it to 367. But I don't think that's going to happen today. People have been very generous. Ow. My neck. My neck's been misbehaving all day, and I don't like it very much. Meanwhile, the elves said wee 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 all the way home. You have a good night. Mind. Sleep well, dude. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. It really does, doesn't it? Makes me happy, too. Okay, what actually is that? I need to know what that horse is carrying. Probably, I know it's a pedestal, but it's an interesting material. Guess I have to up it. Also, I made my sub goal, which means I have to gift a sub. Thank you, Navy, for being way too kind. Cheers, man. Also, missionary, here, have a sub, because somehow you dodged that. Here's Navy. Also, I think you broke Streamlabs. Yep, I have to restart this. Because my sub counter broke. Time to get that record? What record? I didn't say I would get records. Pardon? You mean time to end stream and walk to the walk down to the post office to pick up a record? Why would I do that? You are way too kind, Navy. Cheers. I mean, the bot is certified a giant hamster man. And Cassia turns around and pays that gift sub forward. Well, cheers, man. Big thanks. My sub count is not updating on my... Maybe Twitch is just broken. Elves, you guys wanna trade with me, maybe? But thank you very much for paying that gift sub forward, Cassie. Generosity killed the Streamlabs star. This is true, it did. Generosity killed the Streamlabs star. Well, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. And feel free to ad block the YouTube channel too if you want. Care. What, that stone one or that you one, Pink? I would just like thank your lucky stars and don't worry about it too much. That you won. Yeah, just thank your lucky stars and don't worry about it too much. It's fine. Elves are still unloading. Unload faster! There's so many bars that are getting put away now. Because I've got all of this silver and lead that has just been made over the years that is just cluttering up all of these workshops. So most of that money is going to already? Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I also have YouTube Premium or YouTube Red or whatever the hell they call it. You have a good night, Darren. Go play some board games. Have fun. Also, if anybody has a resub, if you pop it now, that's a guaranteed hype train emote. Or 100 bits. Either or. But if there's a notification that wants to be dropped, I would use it now. I wonder if... Oh, hi, Pilot. Thanks for gifting a sub to death. Sometimes you just gotta gift those subs to death, if you notice. Yeah, things aren't updating on my end. I don't know. Twitch is being slow. And Pink with the $. Cheers. Twitch wants to pay me to stream Nakara Blade Point. 'Cause that's a video game. Oh, hey, it updated. So it hasn't updated in my dashboard yet, but it updated on the stream. So that's good. At least something's working. It's okay. Nobody move. We're at 367. Stone is happy. I also love how 67 is just becoming a meme in the chat because of your enthusiasm for the number? Stone? Like, we've gotten to that point now where it's just becoming, like, a thing that people get excited about for no particular reason. Just because of your enthusiasm for the number. It's Stone's favorite number. There is no other explanation to it than that. Stone just happens to be here a lot.
How Dwarf dig?
Tale as old as time. Question as old as rhyme? Not that that rhymed, but Beauty and the Clino. Thank you very much for the 17th month, Clino. Welcome back. Got one gold bar. Did I run out of Electrum? I might be out of Electrum. Shit. Yep, I think I'm out of Electrum. 67, 13, and 8 million are your three favorite numbers. One of these things is not like the other. I would say 18 is my favorite number because that's the age I was when I moved out. Probably. I would assume the number, Diamond, if that's a fair assumption to make. Also, guys, thanks very much for the hype train. It's been kind of a weird month where, like, there's been multiple days this month where, like, revenue has been concerningly low. But between last week and one or two other days, we're kind of, like, hanging in there and doing all right this month. So don't really have anything to complain about. But it's still, like, it's kind of stressful when there's really long periods of time of, like, just kind of really quiet streams. So we're dumping water on dwarves, and they're very happy now. 50 seconds left to get in on the hype train if you want. Thought I'd mention that. Thanks for keeping this stream funded, guys. I need to buy more coffee. 13 is a lucky number of in your life, which is associated with yeah. I've always been fond of the number 13. Just because I like the Friday the 13th movies. And everybody's like, oh, you should hate that number. It's a bad luck. It's an unlucky number. It's like, I like that number. I like those movies. You love watching the dwarves organize, especially moving things to bins? Yep, no, I agree. That kind of thing is always super satisfying in games. 8 and 16. Any particular reason why? I like the number 16, but I like the number 16 because it makes me think of a TV show I used to watch when I was younger. So the hype train has finished with 25 subs and $1 in bits. Cheers, everybody. And thanks very much to Navy for the 22 gift subs. Beginning of that. Choo choo, and you get to cry. Wow. Feels like it's calling you out. The hell? All right, well, I guess I need to up the goal again. So I guess I'm going to let's just do 400 even. Gotta balance out all of the amazing things from today. I mean, what other amazing? I know that you went flying today, but did you do anything else? Fine, we'll do 467. Why not? I don't expect to hit that, but we'll do it. You win. A cave. There you go. Give it a minute. It'll update eventually. She felt satisfied upon improving music. That dwarf. At least something makes you happy. Interested when pondering government. That's good. Have I traded yet? Right, yeah, you got to go for a ride in a cool car. You got to fly a plane. Twisted fabric strings. Pink tourmaline pedestal. Round nice altar. Sure, we'll do that. Great flying, free carve rooms, and new vinyl about to have a beer. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty fucking great day. Does sound pretty fucking great. The elves have not brought any fun animals. I mean, I skimmed them. They didn't bring any. They basically just had a fluffy wambler and a squirrel. The coolest thing that they've brought us was eventually a breeding pair of unicorns, and we've had a very successful unicorn breeding project. It did take me like 100 years to get 2 unicorns because they would always bring one, and then it would die of old age before I could get a breeding pair up and running. So it took me like 100 and something years to get a breeding pair of unicorns from them, but we did it. We did do it eventually. But yeah, no, it's been kind of a long struggle to get fun animals, and unfortunately the elves don't seem to have a ton of variety. And the only other elves that I theoretically could trade with are up here, and we're at war with them. So, although they've never actually invaded me, the noiseless volcano of the Beak of Purifying are a very strange lot. But they've never actually invaded us, and they're too far north, which is the main reason I don't want to up the population above 60, because if I did, then they could like ambush me. Plenty, yeah. We also have a very large supply of unicorn soap, which is probably something you could buy at like one of the fancy Bath and Body Works places around here right now. It's just like rainbow soap, unicorn soap. Remembers you didn't set that cap. Oh no! Gotta set that cap. Resentful upon getting into an argument, ashamed. Make 50 leather caps. Get some crafting going here. But yeah, main thing of productivity was we swapped out this stairwell for a better stairwell. That was the main productivity thing that we did today. How else would dwarves be rainbow fresh without unicorn soap? That's a good question that I hadn't contemplated, I'll be honest. What's Kraven doing? Angry! After having to endure forced to endure the decay of a pet. I'm very apologetic about that. Was that your pet? Man, well, let's just destroy that, shall we? Also, looks like 2 unicorns died this spring. 3 cows died this spring. Oops. Going to go pick up equipment. Yeah, we're gonna have to go mine out more. I didn't drown anybody, did I? Suddenly just like worried. Did I drown somebody in my fountain? No, I don't think I did. Okay. It's like I didn't drown anybody in the fountain, did I? So one of these days, I'm going to just like look at this fountain and there's just going to be a dead body in there. It's going to happen. It is inevitable. Because there is actually a way in up top. When you accidentally down dwarves. Hotbeards would like to know your location. Hotbeards has had many accidental drownings. Hey, my sub count finally updated in my dashboard. Neat. Actually, he accurate number now. Also 360 nice. Well done. I guess you're back to making fine wood stuffs. Possible, yeah. It's 3 times 69, yeah. Three times the fun, I suppose. The werebeast falling down the waterfall was hilarious. Yeah, that's probably the highlight of Hotbeards for me at this point, was just like, werebeast, oh no, oh hey, it goes after water buffalo. Whee, splat, blows into pieces. Unfortunately, that river has claimed more of my own dwarves' lives than enemy creatures' lives, but it is still funny. Time to get it all crushed. Content after having a pretty decent drink. What drink do you prefer? Bark, scorpion, and strawberry wine. Oh, wow. Yeah, anybody who likes strawberry wine is good to go in this fort, thanks to Stone. And done. Some masterworks were destroyed, but those masterworks are generally just cooked food or clothing that got thrown out. But I think that this is a good spot to leave it off for the day for Longdeath. I mean, we've been streaming for 6.5 hours. We've done a good amount of time at Longdeath. I think it's time for us to dip into some Project Zomboid. So for those of you who missed it, primarily what we worked on today was this stairwell that's in the center of the screen. It's no longer a rotating stairway that goes around a pillar, which was kind of cool, but turns out it's a bit too dangerous and also like kind of impractical. So built it into just a normal like 2x2 stairway with one exit and started working on some more beautification and finished deconstructing the building that was down here before. Eventually all of those rock blocks will get moved away, but it's going to take a little bit probably. And then we're going to fill this center thing in with this nice yellow and make it into a nice circle and then circle it around with kimberlite. So we need more electrum, more gold, and more orthic lace to be able to pull that off, and we're going to be working towards that. So I think that that's it for Longdeath for today, and we're going to go play some Project Zomboid over on the multiplayer server. So if you're subscribed to me on Twitch or any of my teammates on Twitch and you'd like to play some Zomboid with me, I can whitelist you on this Discord. Just in playing. Till then, if you want to watch more Dwarfy related things, there's a link to the YouTube channel where you can watch more Dwarf Fortress than anybody can reasonably watch in a lifetime. And if you want to support the Dwarfy things I do, there's a link to my Patreon. Stream's not ending. We're just going to go play Zomboid. We'll be playing Hotbeards tomorrow. So tomorrow will be a day of dwarves again. Is it possible to drain the river enough in Hotbeards to put glass flooring underneath so the dwarves can see through it? Underneath it? I mean, anything's possible. It's more of a question of, is it worth it? I haven't really thought about redirecting that river. But yeah, it is possible. I mean, I drained an ocean once for the purpose of building a tower in the middle of it. And I did it successfully. I built a fortress in the middle of an ocean once. It claimed many casualties along the way, but I did it.